Chapter 1373. Xuanai even gave me a 4th grade Saint Stone. The durability of a 4th grade Saint Stone is equivalent to 10 5th grade Saint Stones according to the conversion ratio between different grades of Saint Stones in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. With my current cultivation base and cultivation speed, I'll still have a lot of leftovers after breaking through to the early mortal shedding stage with 1 5th grade Saint Stone. Soon after, Duan Lingtian closed his eyes again and began to cultivate seriously. The heaven and earth spirit energy from the 2nd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and the 5th grade Saint Stone continued to surge into his body. The 9th form of the 9 dragons war sovereign technique. The 9 dragons form mental cultivation method transformed into 9 dragons that carried the heaven and earth spirit energy along the 15 saint veins and circulated the great circulatory cycle before transforming it into true energy that merged with the qi si in between Duan Lingtian's brows. The true energy continued to increase in the qi si that was the size of a pigeon's egg. Although it only increased a little each time, as the saying went, a little makes a mickle, it would be full sooner or later. When it was full, it would be the time for Duan Lingtian to break through to the intermediate mortal shedding stage. It's much easier to cultivate from the early mortal shedding stage to the intermediate mortal shedding stage compared to Emperor Wu breaking through from the peak mortal shedding stage to the early mortal shedding stage. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. After all, the latter required one to merge the profundity with the origin energy and transform it into true energy. Apart from that, one also had to open the saint veins. It was extremely tedious. However, the former was much simpler. Once the qi si was filled with true energy, he would break through and open the saint veins. That was it. Cultivation knew no time. 2.5 months passed very quickly. Duan Lingtian, who was woken up by Hualaro, left the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and returned to cottage number 12. After putting away the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, Duan Lingtian had just opened the door when Guoli stood in front of his door. Duan Lingtian, it's time for us to collect our saint stones. Guoli said to Duan Lingtian. Is it today? Duan Lingtian asked. From today onwards, you can receive the holy stones within 3 days. The place to receive the holy stones is very close. It's the pavilion next to the wooden house where we, the 13 Grand Guardians, live. Guoli said. That pavilion? Duan Lingtian was surprised. He remembered that pavilion. He had seen it when he first arrived at the latent dragon camp. At that time, he was still wondering what that place was. From the looks of it, it should be the residence of the powerhouse from the city governor's mansion. That powerhouse was usually in charge of guarding the members of the latent dragon camp. After all, there were rules in the latent dragon camp. As for rules and regulations, there had to be someone to supervise them in order to be effective. Let's go. Duan Lingtian walked out of the room and walked towards the pavilion with Guoli. Along the way, the two of them attracted the gazes of many people. Are they Duan Lingtian and Guoli? That's right. A month ago, they had just entered the ranks of the 13 Grand Guardians. What a perfect match. Are they a couple? Many people saw Duan Lingtian and Guoli and chatted along the way. Some of them even thought they were a couple. Upon hearing these comments, Duan Lingtian did not mind at all. He merely smiled and brushed it off. However, it was different for Guoli. Her beautiful face had a hint of redness. Hi. Duan Lingtian. As soon as they arrived near the pavilion, Duan Lingtian saw someone greeting him. When he took a closer look, he realized it was Zhu Lang. Zhu Lang, why are you alone? Where's Hu Jie? Duan Lingtian asked curiously when he saw Zhu Lang was alone. He's now in a higher position. As it turns out, the mastery mortal shedding stage powerhouse who's ranked 5th among the 13 Grand Guardians is his distant cousin. Zhu Lang snorted. Isn't that great? You have a good relationship with him. He can take care of you in the future. Duan Lingtian smiled. Take care of me? As long as he doesn't kill me. Zhu Lang laughed at himself. Then, he looked at Guoli and said, Guoli, you're also from a 9th-rate clan, so you should know best. Hu Jie and I might be in the same boat in the beginning. However, what do you think he'll do to me when he has someone to rely on? He'll get rid of you for his clan. Guoli was not surprised at all. Zhu Lang and Hu Jie were similar to her and Yi Man, the genius from the Ye family in Fuyu Town who was replaced by Duan Lingtian. I'll make a move first. After bidding farewell to Duan Lingtian and Guo Li, Zhu Lang jumped down from the high platform and returned to his wooden house. Duan Lingtian shook his head and followed Guo Li into the pavilion. The person in charge of distributing origin stones every month was the Heavenly Harm Guardian who supervised the latent dragon camp. The Heavenly Harm Guardian was ranked 14th among the 36 guardians. Guo Li, 108th grade Saint Stones. Duan Lingtian, 208th grade Saint Stones. The Heavenly Harm Guardian had a straight face from the beginning to the end. He handed the Saint Stones to Duan Lingtian and Guo Li in a daze. The two of them thanked him after receiving the origin stones. Perfection mortal shedding stage? During this time, Duan Lingtian used his divine eye to check the Heavenly Harm Guardian and saw through his strength. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by this. Without a cultivation base above perfection mortal shedding stage, one would not be able to control the latent dragon camp at all. At the very least, one would not be able to control the top few of the 13 gangsters. Duan Lingtian did not notice this. When he and Guo Li turned around to leave, the Heavenly Harm Guardian lifted his head and looked at his back. It was as if he was different from the rest. After leaving the pavilion, Duan Lingtian and Guo Li walked back. Duan Lingtian, the members of the latent dragon camp have a chance to go out once every 3 months. Do you plan to go out when? Guo Li asked as she looked at Duan Lingtian. No. Duan Lingtian shook his head. There's nothing to do even if I go out. I don't plan to go out either. Who knows if the two clans have sent someone to hide outside the city governor's mansion and wait to kill me? Guo Li added. They dare to come to Mount Hill City to kill you? Duan Lingtian was shocked. Why wouldn't they dare? If they have the chance, they'll even dare to sneak into the city governor's mansion to kill me, Guo Li said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Aren't they afraid that the city governor's mansion will blame them? Duan Lingtian frowned. As far as he knew, even Fuyu Town was under the jurisdiction of Mount Hill City. It was also under the jurisdiction of Mount Hill City. Blame them? Guo Li shook her head. I'm not qualified for the city governor's mansion to do anything for me now. Even if I'm killed now, the city governor's mansion won't blame the two clans in Fuyu Town. Unless I can prove my worth and gain the city governor's mansion's approval. Then, I'll be safe. Guo Li continued. Duan Lingtian nodded. You're Duan Lingtian who defeated Li Han and became the new 12th gangster of the 13 gangsters? Give me half of the Saint Stones you received. Duan Lingtian and Guo Li had just arrived in front of the wooden house when a voice came from nearby. Then, Duan Lingtian and Guo Li saw a black-clad young man walking out of wooden house number 6 toward them. The black-clad young man was tall with broad shoulders and a round waist. When he walked, it was as if he was a dragon or a tiger. It's Zhongji Long who's ranked 6th among the 13 gangsters. Zhongji Long extorts Saint Stones from the 13 gangsters ranked below him every month with his powerful strength. But didn't he start extorting from the last person in the past? He must have taken pity on her because she's a woman. At this moment, the group of young men below the high platform had their eyes on Duan Lingtian and Guo Li as well as Zhongji Long. Whether it was the wooden house below the high platform or the wooden house on the high platform, many people walked out. They came out to watch the show when they heard the commotion. In the face of Zhongji Long who came with ill intentions, Duan Lingtian looked at him with a calm expression. He quietly activated his divine eye. Zhongji Long, 32 years old, cultivation base at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Why should I give it to you? Duan Lingtian sneered as he glanced at Zhongji Long nonchalantly. Now, it's not just half. I want all the Saint Stones you've received earlier. Give me 200 Saint Stones. Zhongji Long looked calm as he stood in front of Duan Lingtian. However, his words were arrogant and domineering. Idiot. Duan Lingtian stared coldly at Zhongji Long as he spat out 2 words unhurriedly. Idiot. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the entire place was in an uproar. Is this Duan Lingtian crazy? How dare he call Zhongji Long an idiot? I'm not dreaming, am I? Ah, that hurts. Why are you pinching my leg? This is going to be interesting. The group of young men and women below the high platform looked at the high platform with interest. Usually, they would only cultivate and cultivate. It was quite boring. Occasionally, there would be conflicts that they could watch, but they were all excited. On the high platform, apart from the 13 gangsters who were at the mastery mortal shedding stage who were ranked in the top 5, the remaining 13 gangsters who were at the intermediate mortal shedding stage also walked out of the wooden house. They looked at Duan Lingtian and Zhongji Long, who were facing each other with interest. Similar to the group of young men below the high platform, they also came out to watch the show. Naturally, they had one thing in common. That was, they were all targets of Zhongji Long's blackmail. Today, they had given half of the origin stones they had received to Zhongji Long. They did not want to give it to him. However, they had no choice but to give it to him. If they did not give it to him, they would definitely be beaten up by Zhongji Long until they could not get up for a month. Then, their cultivation would be delayed. Therefore, they obediently gave half of the saint stones they received to Zhongji Long every month. Brat, don't think that you're so great just because you defeated Li Han a month ago. In front of me, Li Han can't even last half a move. Zhongji Long looked at Duan Lingtian calmly. Although his tone was calm, anyone who was sensitive would be able to sense the hidden anger in it. If Zhongji Long was compared to a volcano, then he was on the verge of erupting. In his eyes, whether it was Li Han or Duan Lingtian, they were insignificant characters that were not worth mentioning. However, today, such a small character actually dared to disobey him. He felt that his dignity was being challenged. It was a blatant challenge. So what? Duan Lingtian still had a sneer on his face. If you want the saint stones in my hands, you can come and get them yourself. If you don't dare to, disappear from my sight immediately. No. There's no need to disappear. I almost forgot, you're ranked 6th among the 13 gangsters. Chapter 1374. When Duan Lingtian's first words left his mouth, the spectators were already dumbfounded. This Duan Lingtian is too tough. How dare he challenge Zhongji Long? That's not all. What did he mean by that? Why did he ask if Zhongji Long was ranked 6th among the 13 gangsters? Could it be that he wants to? The crowd did not dare to think further. They felt goosebumps on their scalps as they thought Duan Lingtian was crazy. He was really crazy. The latent dragon camp gathered the top geniuses around Mound Hill City. Since Zhongji Long was the strongest person in the middle stage of the mortal shedding stage in the latent dragon camp, he could be considered as the strongest person in the middle stage of the mortal shedding stage around Mound Hill City to a certain extent. Duan Lingtian actually dared to provoke such an existence. Did he think he could defeat Zhongji Long? Where did his confidence come from? Now, even Guo Li, who was confident in Duan Lingtian, could not help but worry about Duan Lingtian. She said to him through true energy voice transmission, Duan Lingtian, why don't you give him 200 8th grade saint stones? I still have 100 8th grade saint stones with me. I can give you 50 of them. It's enough for you to cultivate. Guo Li advised. That's right. I'm ranked 6th among the 13 gangsters in the latent dragon camp. Why? Do you want to challenge me? Zhongji Long laughed out of anger when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He could not suppress his anger. Looks like you're not an ordinary idiot. Isn't it obvious what I said? Everyone else can see it, but you can't. Why do you have to ask me? Duan Lingtian sneered in disdain. You're asking for it. Zhongji Long was not a good-tempered person to begin with. After being challenged by Duan Lingtian, he could no longer hold it in. Bang! With a stomp of his legs, his entire body seemed to have transformed into a cannonball that shot out explosively towards Duan Lingtian. I should have attacked earlier. Duan Lingtian snorted when he saw Zhongji Long charging toward him. With a wave of his hand, he retrieved the sun-shooting bow. Not only that, but there was also an arrow condensed out of chi in his right hand. Body and arrow synchronization. Seeing that Zhongji Long was only a few meters away from him, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and pulled the sun-shooting bow back a little. Of course, he used his full strength. Thus, just by drawing the sun-shooting bow slightly, The arrow that was shot out was already ridiculously fast. Duan Lingtian stepped on the arrows and brushed past Zhong Jilong, who was coming straight at him. He almost brushed past Zhong Jilong. The speed he displayed was on par with Zhong Jilong. This Zhong Jilong does have some skills. His speed is actually on par with mine. Duan Lingtian, who had swapped places with Zhong Jilong after the arrow was fired, turned around and looked at Zhong Jilong, who had also turned around, with a surprised expression on his face. Zhong Jilong did have some skills since he was able to become the strongest person at the intermediate mortal shedding stage in the latent dragon camp. While Duan Lingtian was surprised, so was Zhong Jilong. This brat's speed is actually on par with mine. Zhong Jilong was shocked. He was completely shocked. Ever since he had broken through to the intermediate mortal shedding stage, apart from those who were above the mastery mortal shedding stage, he had never met anyone who could match his speed among the intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivators. As the saying went, speed was the only unbeatable martial skill in the world. The reason why Zhong Jilong could be called a supremacy among the intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivators was mainly because of his speed. His speed was equivalent to being invincible. Coupled with his powerful attack technique, he had never met a match among the intermediate mortal shedding stage martial and Dao cultivators. His speed can actually match Zhong Jilong's. Currently, the pavilion that distributed the Saint Stones had been closed. Behind the balcony of the pavilion, one of the 36 heavenly guards of the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City, the heavenly harm guardian, looked at the two people who were confronting each other in shock. Did you guys see that? The other 13 gangsters who were on the intermediate mortal shedding stage looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. All of them had been defeated by Zhong Jilong before. They had fought Zhong Jilong before, so naturally, they knew that the reason why Zhong Jilong could defeat them was because of his terrifying speed. Now, there was actually a martial cultivator on the intermediate mortal shedding stage who could match Zhong Jilong's speed. How could they not be shocked? Another Zhong Jilong has been born. They had a complicated feeling. When they saw the speed that Duan Lingtian displayed earlier, they knew that they would most likely be defeated even if they were to fight him. The Duan Lingtian was just too fast. He was so fast that he could be compared to Zhong Jilong. What a fast speed. This Duan Lingtian defeated Li Han a month ago, and is still holding back. If he displayed such speed a month ago, I think Li Han would have been defeated by him before he even had the chance to attack. Oh my god. His speed is actually on par with Zhong Jilong's. The group of young men and women below the high platform was boiling with excitement as they stared at Duan Lingtian with bright eyes. What a fast speed. Li Han stood in the corner of the crowd with a grave expression on his face. It seems like I won't have the chance to avenge myself unless I break through to the mastery mortal shedding stage. I must break through to the mastery mortal shedding stage before he breaks through to the mastery mortal shedding stage. The moment Li Han thought of this, he returned to the wooden house and began to cultivate with the Saint Stone in his hand. If he knew that Duan Lingtian was only a martial cultivator at the early mortal shedding stage, it was unknown what kind of expression he would have. 2 months. I'll definitely defeat you in 2 months at the most. Although Hu Lin was shocked by Duan Lingtian's speed, he was still full of confidence. This was because he was confident that he could break through to the mastery mortal shedding stage in 2 months. At that time, he would not only have to defeat Guo Li to avenge himself. He would also have to defeat Duan Lingtian to prove to everyone in the latent dragon camp that he, Hu Lin, was powerful. No wonder you're so arrogant. You have the right to be arrogant. However, do you think you can defeat me just because you're as fast as me? Zhong Jilong said coldly. We'll only know if I can defeat you after I try. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. All right, I'll play with you then. The moment Zhong Jilong's words left his mouth, he shot out. His legs swept toward Duan Lingtian like a tornado. Wherever he passed, a tornado seemed to be formed as he charged toward Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had long noticed that Zhong Jilong's saint weapon was the pair of boots on his feet. Whether it was his speed or his attack, he relied on his feet. Just like Duan Lingtian, whether it was his speed or his attack, he relied on the arrows in his hands. Faced with the tornado that was formed by Zhong Jilong's legs, Duan Lingtian shot up. He narked an arrow on his bow and locked his gaze on Zhong Jilong before he released the bowstring. Clang! The arrow that was formed by true energy instantly shot out, leaving an arrow mark in the air as it charged toward Zhong Jilong. Me. Zhong Jilong snorted coldly. His legs moved faster, and the tornado became even more ferocious as it swept toward Duan Lingtian's arrow formed by true energy. Finally, the tornado and the arrow collided, making a loud noise. Boom! A vast wave of air swept out. After a while, the tornado slowed down, and the arrow disappeared. Zhong Jilong's body shook, and he was sent flying backward. He was affected by the wave of air. At the same time, Zhong Jilong, who was barely able to stand, felt something sweet in his throat. His face was slightly pale, but he forcefully swallowed the blood. His pride did not allow him to spit out blood at this time. Once he spat out blood, it would undoubtedly be a declaration to the others. He, Zhong Jilong, was not as good as Duan Lingtian. What a prideful person. Duan Lingtian, who had landed steadily, was not injured at all. He looked at Zhong Jilong from afar. The others did not know the power of his arrow, but he did. Although it was offset by Zhong Jilong's move, the wave of air from the collision was enough to injure Zhong Jilong. At that time, if he was nearby, he would definitely be injured like Zhong Jilong. However, he was using an arrow, a long-range attack. It was destined that he would not be affected by the wave of air. In this aspect, he had the upper hand. Whether it was in terms of attack or speed, he was almost on par with Zhong Jilong. However, since he was using a bow, he was destined to be better than Zhong Jilong in actual combat. Zhong Jilong's injury was hidden so well that even the 13 gangsters who were at the intermediate mortal shedding stage did not notice that he was injured. If these people did not notice, it was even more so for those below the high platform and behind the septic tank. Duan Lingtian and Zhong Jilong faced each other. He asked calmly, "Zhong Jilong, right? Do you want to continue?" Barf. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Zhong Jilong was so angry that he spat out the blood he swallowed. The blood stained the ground like a dazzling red rose. Whoosh. Upon seeing this, the entire place fell silent. Zhong Jilong is injured. Everyone was shocked. They really did not notice it earlier. If it was said that there was someone who wasn't surprised now, it was none other than Duan Lingtian and the person in the pavilion, the Heavenly Harm Guardian. Heh! Suddenly, the Heavenly Harm Guardian on the pavilion raised his eyebrows as though he had noticed something. He looked into the distance. In the distant sky, a silhouette was flying toward him. It was so fast that even he could only catch a glimpse of it. In just a blink of an eye, the person was already standing next to him. The person who appeared next to the Heavenly Harm Guardian was a middle-aged man dressed in a green robe. He had a medium build but was well built. Just by standing there, he gave off an invisible pressure. 14. Finally, the green-robed middle-aged man spoke. He looked at the Heavenly Harm Guardian and smiled. "Big brother." The Heavenly Harm Guardian took a deep breath and bowed respectfully at the green-robed middle-aged man. He did not dare to be negligent at all. There was a hint of excitement in his eyes. This was his big brother, the leader of the 36 Guardians, the Heavenly Leader Guardian. At the same time, his big brother was also one of the few Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses among the 36 Guardians. Heh! Who's that? He actually defeated Zhong Jilong? The Heavenly Leader Guardian looked at the purple figure in the distance. He was slightly surprised. "I don't think I've seen him before. Is he new?" "His someone ninth brother brought back." The Heavenly Harm Guardian replied. "Someone ninth brother brought back." Chapter 1375. Duan Lingtian, I'll definitely return today's humiliation tenfold. Zhong Jilong, who was defeated by Duan Lingtian, said to Duan Lingtian with a gloomy face after taking a pill to heal his injuries. There was a ferocious gleam in his eyes. At that moment, Duan Lingtian felt like he was being stared at by a poisonous snake. His heart sank as he realized that Zhong Jilong was a dangerous person. "What? You don't want to admit defeat?" Duan Lingtian sneered. Just when Zhong Jilong was about to say something, a gust of wind whistled. After a while, Everyone noticed that there was another person on the high platform. It was a middle-aged man in silver armor. Most of the people present were familiar with this person. It's Master Heavenly Harm Guardian. He's one of the 36 guardians under the governor, ranked 14th. He's also the manager of the latent dragon camp. Waves of whispers entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. He's also one of the 36 guardians under the governor of Mount Hill City. Duan Lingtian recognized this middle-aged man in silver armor. He was the one who gave him the Saint Stone not long ago. He did not expect him to be one of the 36 guardians under the governor of Mount Hill City. Moreover, he was ranked 14th, Master Heavenly Harm Guardian. Master Heavenly Harm Guardian. Many people bowed to the Heavenly Harm Guardian respectfully. The leader of the 36 guardians, the Heavenly Leader Guardian, orders. 13 Grand Guardians, go to the meeting room of the governor's mansion now. No one is allowed to be absent. The Heavenly Harm Guardian said slowly. His voice was filled with true energy as he spoke. It exploded like thunder and spread throughout the entire latent dragon camp. His reminding the 5 Grand Guardians on the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess the Heavenly Harm Guardian's intention. Apart from the 5 Grand Guardians on the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage, Martial and Dao cultivators, almost all of them were present. Ha ha! The Heavenly Leader Guardian summoned us personally to the meeting room. Looks like it's going to be fun. A burst of hearty laughter came. A figure shot out of cabin number 2 and left the latent dragon camp in the blink of an eye. It was so fast that even Duan Lingtian could not catch it. So fast. No wonder he's ranked second among the 13 gangsters. Duan Lingtian was surprised. Then, Duan Lingtian saw a person shoot out of the number 3, number 4, and number 5 cabins respectively. They followed the person who came out of the number 2 cabin and left the latent dragon camp. Obviously, they had all gone to the meeting hall. Whoosh! At this moment, the Heavenly Harm Guardian had also returned to the pavilion. He had already announced everything that needed to be announced. After glancing at Duan Lingtian gloomily, Zhongji Long also descended from the high platform and left the latent dragon camp. The rest of the 13 gangsters also left one by one. For a moment, only Duan Lingtian and Guo Li were left. Let's go too, Guo Li said. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. When he left, he couldn't help but look at Wooden House number 1 a few times, but he found that there was no movement at all, and no one came out for a long time. Could it be that the owner of Wooden House number 1, the leader of the 13 gangsters, dares to ignore the order of the Heavenly Leader Guardian, the leader of the 36 guardians? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After Duan Lingtian and Guo Li left, the entire latent dragon camp was in an uproar. Everyone was acting recklessly. The leader of the 36 guardians, the Heavenly Leader Guardian, personally summoned the 13 gangsters. I wonder what happened. I've been in the latent dragon camp for quite some time, and I've only seen Lord Heavenly Harm Guardian among the 36 guardians. Let alone Lord Heavenly Leader Guardian, I haven't even seen the other guardians before. It's your fault for not working hard on your cultivation. Otherwise, you could have become one of the 13 gangsters and meet Lord Heavenly Leader Guardian together. Just as the latent dragon camp members were discussing, Duan Lingtian and Guo Li arrived at the meeting hall of the Castellan's mansion. When they entered, they found that there were already 10 people standing there. Among the 10 people, apart from 4 new faces, Duan Lingtian had an impression of the other 6. They were the other intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivators and Dao cultivators among the 13 gangsters. He had seen them before in the latent dragon camp's campsite. Hey! New faces. At this moment, a young man with a brawny build and a stocky build looked at Duan Lingtian and Guo Li in surprise. Both of you are the new members of the 13 gangsters? Xiong Hu, it seems like you've been working behind closed doors for the past month. Both of them are the new members of the latent dragon camp who replaced Hu Lin and Li Han a month ago. Next to the brawny young man, a seemingly frivolous young man in brocade clothes said with a smile. Not bad, not bad. Xiong Hu glanced at Duan Lingtian and Guo Li before nodding. He's the person who's ranked second among the 13 gangsters? Duan Lingtian looked at Xiong Hu. He could tell that the person who came out of wooden house number 2 had the same voice as this person. It was apparent that they were the same person. Hello, I'm Jin Yuan Bao. I'm ranked 3rd among the 13 gangsters. I'm only below that freak and this big guy. The young man in brocade clothes introduced himself as he looked at Duan Lingtian while waving his folding fan. Guo Li, ranked 13th among the 13 gangsters. Seeing that the person ranked 3rd among the 13 gangsters had taken the initiative to introduce himself, Guo Li immediately responded. She did not dare to be arrogant. Duan Lingtian, ranked 6th among the 13 gangsters. Duan Lingtian introduced himself after Guo Li. He had a good impression of this friendly Jin Yuan Bao. This kind of person was always more open. Ranked 6th among the 13 gangsters? Jin Yuan Bao was stunned when he heard that. Isn't Zhong Jilong ranked 6th among the 13 gangsters? He looked at Zhong Jilong and asked in shock, Zhong Jilong, you were defeated by a newbie? Although he was unwilling, Zhong Jilong had to nod and admit it. At the same time, he did not forget to explain, if he didn't use a bow and arrow, he would have tied with me at most. Naturally, Zhong Jilong knew why he was defeated in the battle with Duan Lingtian. It was also because of this that he was unwilling to admit defeat. A defeat is a defeat. Why are you looking for so many excuses? Don't tell me that you're going to come back from the dead and seek revenge after being killed. An ordinary-looking young man in a plain long robe who was standing at the side snorted and said in disdain. Ha ha. Sun Ji, Zhong Jilong is already in a bad mood after being defeated. Why do you have to bully him? The young man who had his eyes fixed on Guo Li since she entered the door looked at the young man in the plain robe and laughed out loud. Zheng Jian, you're such a busybody. Sun Ji snorted. Ranked 4th among the 13 gangsters, Sun Ji. Ranked 5th among the 13 gangsters, Zhang Jian. Is he also Hu Jie's distant cousin? Duan Ling Tian still remembered Sun Ji's figure and Zhang Jian's figure. They were the people who came out from cottage number 4 and cottage number 5 earlier. Sister Guo. Zheng Jian appeared in front of Guo Li and greeted her passionately. He did not have the bearing of a mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivator at all. However, one could tell he was not a kind person from the lustful gleam in the depth of his eyes. Naturally, Guo Li noticed this as well. She said coldly, I don't know you. You don't know me, but I know you. Zheng Jian smiled. You're the eldest miss of Fuyu Town's Guo clan. You're also the strongest person among the younger generation in Fuyu Town. I was fortunate enough to visit your place with my father. So what? Guo Li's reaction was as calm as before. Sister Guo, let me introduce myself. I'm Zheng Jian, the eldest young master of New South Town's Zheng clan. I'm ranked 5th among the latent dragon camp's 13 gangsters. Zheng Jian introduced himself patiently. This time, Guo Li ignored him. No matter how eloquent Zheng Jian was, she just ignored him. In the end, Zheng Jian's expression turned extremely grave. Bitch, you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. There was a hint of coldness in Zheng Jian's eyes as he cursed in his heart. Ha ha. Zheng Jian, I realize you're really a bitch. Can't you see that Miss Guo Li is ignoring you? I can't believe you're still able to say so much. I'm really impressed. Jin Yuan Bao laughed out loud and made fun of Zheng Jian without restraint. Jin Yuan Bao, don't go too far. The moment Jin Yuan Bao's words left his mouth, Zheng Jian was so angry that he glared at him. His expression was extremely grave. Don't go too far? Yes, I'm going too far. What can you do about it? I'll give you a chance. Challenge me. What do you think? Jin Yuan Bao smiled when he heard Zheng Jian's words. His smile was extremely bright. With just one sentence, Zheng Jian was so angry that his body trembled. His face was flushed and his eyes were bloodshot. It was as though he would explode at any time. Whoosh! At this moment, a gust of wind blew into the assembly hall, causing the robes of the 12 people present to flutter. After a while, it slowly fell to the ground. In the next moment, a figure appeared in the assembly hall. It was an ordinary-looking young man in green who carried a sheathed longsword on his back. He stood there quietly, not making a single sound. He's the leader of the 13 gangsters? When the young man in green entered, Duan Lingtian did not notice him at all. Even when the gust of wind blew past, he did not realize it was a person. He thought it was really just a gust of wind. At that moment, his heart was filled with shock. Heavens, Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian looked at the young man in green. His eyes narrowed. 30 years old. Perfection mortal shedding stage. Duan Lingtian was shocked when he probed the young man's age and cultivation base. A 30-year-old perfection mortal shedding stage cultivator? Where did this freak come from? Freak, you're finally here. I thought you were going to disobey Lord Heavenly Leader Guardian's order. Jin Yuan Bao, who was very friendly, squinted at the young man in green and smiled. I'm not a freak. The young man in green had a rare reaction. His voice was so cold that it seemed to be able to freeze water. Freak. Hearing Jin Yuan Bao's greeting to the young man in green, Duan Lingtian could not help but recall what Jin Yuan Bao said earlier. Hello, I'm Jin Yuan Bao. I'm ranked 3rd among the 13 gangsters. I'm just below that freak and this big guy. The big guy in this sentence was Xiong Hu, who was ranked 2nd among the 13 gangsters. He's the leader of the 13 gangsters, Ling Yun. Chapter 1376. Didn't they say that the top 5 in the 13 gangsters are all martial cultivators on the mastery mortal shedding stage? Duan Lingtian gasped. Could it be that Ling Yun has just broken through recently? Duan Lingtian could only come up with such a conclusion in the end. Duan Lingtian realized. As soon as Ling Yun appeared, other than Jin Yuanbao, everyone else, including Xiong Hu, who was ranked 2nd among the 13 gangsters, looked at him with fear in their eyes. Very good, everyone's here. A voice came out of nowhere in the meeting hall, scaring Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was not the only one. Apart from Ling Yun, everyone else was shocked as well. Ling Yun was the only one who stood there like a statue. He was as still as a mountain. Ling Yun's composure is really terrifying. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. As soon as the voice came out of nowhere, a green figure appeared at the head of the meeting hall. It was a green-clad middle-aged man. As soon as the green-clad middle-aged man appeared, he emitted an extremely powerful aura that made everything around him pale in comparison. Greetings, Lord Heavenly Leader Guardian. At once, everyone, including Ling Yun, bowed at the green-clad middle-aged man. Duan Lingtian and Guo Li bowed as well. If only the two of them were present, they would not recognize this person at all. He's the Heavenly Leader Guardian, one of the 36 guardians under the command of the city governor of Mount Hill City. Duan Lingtian was secretly shocked. After he lifted his head, he began to size up the green-clad middle-aged man. He was the leader of the 36 guardians, the Heavenly Leader Guardian. I've gathered all of you here to announce something. The Heavenly Leader Guardian went straight to the point. 3 months later, Lord City Governor will come out of his closed-door cultivation. By then, he'll pick 2 to 3 disciples from the 13 of you. Lord City Governor was going to pick disciples? As soon as the Heavenly Leader Guardian finished speaking, apart from Duan Lingtian, everyone's eyes lit up, including Ling Yun. The city governor of Mount Hill City was a powerful Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. He was the strongest powerhouse in the surrounding area of Mount Hill City. If they could become his disciple, it would be easy for them to rise to the top. Apart from that, it was also equivalent to obtaining a powerful protection. The disciple of the city governor of Mount Hill City could do whatever he wanted in the area around Mount Hill City. The sound of heavy breathing echoed throughout the meeting hall. Among the people present on the scene, apart from Duan Lingtian, who had an indifferent expression, only Ling Yun was calm. However, a hint of desire could be seen in Ling Yun's eyes. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, didn't seem to care. He wasn't trying to act cool. It was because he really didn't feel anything at all. Duan Lingtian's vision was different from the vision of the other young geniuses present. In the eyes of these young geniuses, the city governor of Mount Hill City, who was on the Saint Rudiment stage, was someone they had to look up to and respect. In Duan Lingtian's eyes, the city governor of Mount Hill City was just an ordinary Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. The heavenly leader guardian saw Duan Lingtian's calmness and could not help but praise him secretly. This little fella from the mortal continent that ninth brother found is pretty good. He hasn't seen much of the world, but is still so calm after hearing that the city governor wants to take in a disciple. One could imagine. If Duan Lingtian knew what the heavenly leader guardian was thinking, perhaps he would take out the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and make it bigger before slamming it on the heavenly leader guardian's head. Did this fella just say that he hadn't seen much of the world? Lord Heavenly Leader Guardian, may I ask how the city governor will choose his disciple among us? Zhongji Long asked excitedly. After 3 months, the city governor will come out of closed-door cultivation and test all of you. Of course, I don't know what the test is about, the Heavenly Leader Guardian said. The Heavenly Leader Guardian said, I called all of you here to remind all of you, to work as hard as you can in these 3 months and raise your strength. After 3 months, if anyone is eliminated from the 13 gangsters, he won't be able to become the city governor's disciple. After the Heavenly Leader Guardian finished speaking, he waved his hand and said, All right, all of you can go back now. As soon as the Heavenly Leader Guardian finished speaking, apart from Duan Lingtian and Ling Yun, the remaining 11 people flew out of the meeting hall in the blink of an eye and headed straight to the latent dragon camp. They were rushing back to cultivate. Ling Yun glanced at Duan Lingtian in surprise and flew out as well. Guili too. Even if she wants to improve her strength, she shouldn't be in such a hurry, right? Duan Lingtian forced a smile and walked out of the meeting hall slowly. He was not interested in becoming the disciple of the city governor of Mount Hill City, so naturally, he was not in a hurry to go back to cultivate. Wait. Duan Lingtian heard a voice coming from behind him just as he was about to cross the threshold of the meeting hall. It was the Heavenly Leader Guardian's voice. Lord Heavenly Leader Guardian, you called for me? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at the Heavenly Leader Guardian. To be honest, he was very curious about the Heavenly Leader Guardian, the leader of the 36 guardians under the command of the city governor of Mount Hill City. Earlier, there were a few times when he wanted to use his divine eye to probe him. However, when he thought about how Senior Lin, who was ranked 9th among the 36 guardians, was at the paramount mortal shedding stage, Duan Lingtian dismissed the thought. Duan Lingtian even suspected that the leader of the 36 guardians might be at the Saint Rudiment stage like the city governor of Mount Hill City. Naturally, this was only his speculation. I heard you're from the mortal continent. The Heavenly Leader Guardian asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Yes. Duan Lingtian was not surprised that the Heavenly Leader Guardian knew about his origin. After all, he had told Senior Lin about his origin and that he was from the mortal continent. Which mortal continent are you from? As far as I know, there's a total of 3 mortal continents outside of the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, only 2 mortal continents have martial cultivators. I'm from the mortal continent that only has martial cultivators. Duan Lingtian replied honestly. I've heard of that mortal continent. It's called the Cloud Continent. The Heavenly Leader Guardian nodded. It seems like you're not from the same mortal continent as the city governor's disciple. If you're from the same continent, you might know each other. The city governor's disciple? Duan Lingtian was stunned. He's from the mortal continent as well? Yes. The Heavenly Leader Guardian nodded and smiled. Not only is he from the mortal continent, but he's also a rare martial Dao prodigy. You'll have a chance to meet him in the future. Duan Lingtian nodded. Lord Heavenly Leader Guardian. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian recalled something. Can I ask you something? Go ahead. The Heavenly Leader Guardian nodded. Do you know there's a clan with the surname Han in the 5th-rate forces in the Dao Martial Saint Land? Duan Lingtian asked. A 5th-rate force. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the Heavenly Leader Guardian's expression changed. A 5th-rate force. To him, it was something he could only look up to. Lord Heavenly Leader Guardian, what's wrong? Duan Lingtian was puzzled when he saw the Heavenly Leader Guardian's strange expression. He did not know why the Heavenly Leader Guardian's expression changed. Was there something wrong? This was because the saint stones that Xuanai gave him were mostly 5th-grade saint stones. A small portion of them were 4th-grade saint stones. Due to this reason, He guessed the force behind Xuanai was a fifth-rate force in the Dao martial saint land. Naturally, this was also due to Guo Li's reminder. According to Guo Li, the Guo clan in Fuyu town was a ninth-rate force that owned a ninth-grade saint stone reserve. The city governor's estate of Mount Hill City was an eighth-rate force that owned an eighth-grade saint stone reserve. A ninth-grade saint stone reserve could produce a small portion of eighth-grade saint stones. An eighth-grade saint stone reserve could produce a small portion of seventh-grade saint stones. That was his speculation. The force that Xuanai belonged to should be a fifth-rate force in the Dao martial saint land. Duan Lingtian, why are you asking about this? The heavenly leader guardian asked after he took a deep breath to calm himself down. When I was in the mortal continent, I heard from my grandfather that he met someone when he was young. That person's surname was Han, and he claimed to be from a fifth-rate force in the Dao martial saint land. Duan Lingtian casually came up with a reason. He did not dare to directly say that he knew someone with the surname Han who was suspected to be from a fifth-rate force in the Dao martial saint land. He did not want to create unnecessary trouble. Moreover, if he said he knew someone from a fifth-rate force, he would be dead meat if they thought he had received some benefits from the fifth-rate force and became greedy. After experiencing 2 lifetimes, coupled with the reincarnation Emperor Wu's 2 lifetimes of memories, Duan Lingtian could be said to have experienced 4 lifetimes. Naturally, his thoughts were thorough. So that's how it is. The heavenly leader guardian sighed in relief when he heard that. Indeed, many people from the Dao martial saint land went to the mortal continent in the past. However, I heard from them that the conditions there were terrible. They felt uncomfortable staying there for a while. Upon hearing the heavenly gift guardian's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly. Compared to the Dao martial saint land, the conditions on the mortal continent were naturally worse. Putting everything else aside, just the Guo clan that Guo Li was from, the ninth-rate force in the Dao martial saint land in Fuyu town, had a better cultivation environment and resources than any place on Cloud Continent. As for a fifth-rate force, I don't know much about it. Even our city governor's estate of Mount Hill City is only an eighth-rate force. Even the great sect above our Mount Hill City is only a seventh-rate force. The heavenly leader guardian said, a fifth-rate force is too far away from us. However, there's one thing I'm sure of. There are many powerhouses in a fifth-rate force. There are at least hundreds of saint stage powerhouses. When the heavenly leader guardian mentioned the saint stage powerhouses, respect appeared on his face. It was respect that came from the bottom of his heart. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, he could not help but feel shocked. So the force that Xuanai is from is actually so powerful. There are hundreds of saint stage powerhouses. Isn't this a little too exaggerated? Duan Lingtian was inexplicably shocked. After a while, Duan Lingtian bade farewell to the heavenly leader guardian and left the assembly hall. What a rare genius. He has been cultivating in the mortal continent all this while, and he managed to break through to the intermediate mortal shedding stage at the age of 35. If Master City Governor's disciple did not follow Master City Governor to the Dao martial saint land, he might not be able to compare to him. The heavenly leader guardian thought to himself. Chapter 1377. When Duan Lingtian returned to the latent dragon camp, he realized that apart from him, the other 12 of the 13 gangsters were quietly cultivating in the wooden houses. As for the people who lived in the dilapidated wooden houses below the high platform, they were still as idle as before. However, there were also 2 people in the wooden houses who did not come out for a long time. It was Hu Lin and Li Han's wooden houses. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, did not notice this. After he returned to his own wooden house. Of course, he was currently in wooden house number 6. After defeating Zhong Jilung, he replaced Zhong Jilung and became the 6th person in the 13 gangsters. He was only below 5 people on the mastery mortal shedding stage. No. I should say that he's only below 1 person on the perfection mortal shedding stage and 4 people on the mastery mortal shedding stage. At this moment, Duan Lingtian thought of Lingyun, the young man in green who carried a sheathed long sword, the leader of the 13 gangsters. Duan Lingtian had to admit that when he saw Lingyun, he was reminded of his childhood friend, Su Li. Unfortunately, he had never seen Su Li again until the moment he left the Cloud Continent. The reason why he thought of this was because Ling Yun looked very similar to Su Li. Of course, it was only the way they dressed. After closing the door, Duan Lingtian entered the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Huolaro, wake me up if I still haven't woken up in 9 months. Duan Lingtian greeted Huolaro and went up to the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to cultivate. 9 months on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was equivalent to 3 months in the outside world. The city governor of Mound Hill City would come out of seclusion in 3 months. By then, he would set up some tests and recruit 2 or 3 disciples. Duan Lingtian was not interested in that at all. However, it was not convenient for him to stay out of it. Therefore, he could only accompany Guo Li to join in the fun and broaden his horizons. If he accidentally became the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City, he would just let nature take its course. If the rest of the 13 gangsters knew what Duan Lingtian was thinking, they would definitely want to beat him to death. Even Guo Li was no exception. The reason they were cultivating with all their might was so that they could perform well in the test set by the city governor of Mound Hill City in 3 months' time. Becoming a disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City was their dream. Guo Li definitely wants to become the direct disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City. Thinking of Guo Li, Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. In his eyes, Guo Li was undoubtedly a pitiful person. She was a woman, but her talent was not inferior to that of a man. Furthermore, her family had high hopes for her. And all of this had a price to pay. No matter where she went, her heart would tremble in fear. She was deeply afraid that someone would secretly hand out a knife to kill her. If she could become the direct disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City, she would no longer have to worry about anything. If I can help you, I will definitely help you, Duan Lingtian murmured. Guo Li was the first person he met when he arrived in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Previously, Guo Li had warned him when he killed hundreds of obsidian-armored beasts in the sea near Fuyu Island and attracted many more ferocious demon beasts. Although Guo Li's warning did not work in the end, he was still very grateful. After spending time together and getting to know each other better, he realized Guo Li was a kind girl. She was such a kind-hearted girl, and he didn't want her to die one day. Even if that day really came, he also hoped that it would be the day her life ended. With my cultivation speed, I'll definitely be able to break through to the intermediate mortal shedding stage in 9 months' time. After this breakthrough, I'll have to spend some time cultivating the techniques in the Saint-grade martial tactic, Colossal Aerolite Arrow. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Soon after, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged in the air. He held the 5th-grade Saint Stone in his hand and began to cultivate. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, 9 Dragons Form. The heaven and earth spirit energy from the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and the 5th-grade Saint Stone were constantly absorbed by Duan Lingtian's body. Then, the 9 dragons carried it all the way through the 15 Saint Veins. After passing through the 15 Saint Veins, it was considered a major circulatory cycle. Once the major circulatory cycle was completed, the heaven and earth spirit energy turned into pure true energy and entered Duan Lingtian's Qi. The true energy in his Qi increased by a little. It was a cycle like this, over and over again, as if it would never tire. Cultivation was just so boring. One had to endure hardships to become a man above others. While Duan Lingtian was cultivating diligently to break through to the intermediate mortal shedding stage. In the southern district of the Dao Martial Saint Land, a group of people flew across the sky in a majestic manner. There were more than 300 people in this group. Their speed was very fast, ridiculously fast. My goodness, what's that? At the same time, many people were shocked when they saw this scene. What a fast speed. My cultivation base is at the paramount mortal shedding stage, but my speed can't keep up with these people. They're so fast, a person at the paramount mortal shedding stage mumbled. Apart from shock, there was only horror on his face. Saint Rudiment stage. These 300 people are all at the Saint Rudiment stage or above. My goodness. There are so many Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses. Which sixth-rate force is going all out? There are so many people, and it seems like they're going out to sea. That's strange. What are they going to do? I want to follow them, but the problem is I can't catch up with them at all. Many people looked up at the sky and watched as more than 300 figures disappeared into the horizon, disappearing before their eyes. They only managed to suppress the shock in their hearts after a long time. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. More than 300 people flew across the sky and entered the southern sea from the southern district of the Dow Marshall Saint Land. In front of these 300 people was a gigantic bear-type wild beast leading the way. The bear-type wild beast's eyes were crimson red, and its body was huge like a small hill. This wild beast's speed was very fast. In just a blink of an eye, it had already left the southern district of the Dow Marshall Saint Land. A yellow-clad girl stood on the back of this wild beast. The childishness on the girl's beautiful face had just faded away. It was as though she was a peerless beauty who was about to break away from the ranks of young girls. However, the girl's expression was grave. "Xuanai, don't worry. Your brother Ling Tian will be fine." A middle-aged man dressed in strange clothes was walking side by side with the wild beast. The contours of his face were perfect, but the vicissitudes of time had left its mark on his face. He was looking at the yellow-clad girl on the back of the Thunder Bear wild beast and said with a smile, "Uncle Mu, thank you for accompanying me to look for brother Ling Tian." The yellow-clad girl was none other than Han Xuanai. "Silly girl, there's no need for you to thank me." The middle-aged man shook his head and said, "As long as your brother Ling Tian hasn't gone to the Dow Marshall Saint Land, I'll definitely be able to help you find him." The middle-aged man's words were filled with confidence. What a joke! He had brought 30 powerhouses who were at the Saint stage or above with him on this trip. There were more than 270 people who were at the Saint rudiment stage or above. With so many people, it would not take much time even if they searched the entire sea between the Dow Marshall Saint Land and the Cloud Continent. Naturally, the most important thing was that these people were very fast. Yes. Han Xuanai nodded, but there was still a hint of worry in her eyes. "Brother Ling Tian, nothing must happen to you. Otherwise, I won't be able to forgive myself for the rest of my life." Han Xuanai thought to herself. A purple-clad young man's voice and smile kept appearing in her mind. That was her brother Ling Tian. The group of more than 300 people swept across the sea. Wherever they passed, the waves on the surface of the sea would rise and crash down, causing some of the wild beasts near the sea to feel dizzy. Not far behind these 300 over people, an elderly figure followed behind them like a shadow. It was a grey-clad old man. He was skinny, and there was not much flesh on his body. However, his eyes seemed to be dancing with a dark green flame. It was extremely eerie and intimidating. The old man was holding a walking stick made of an unknown material in his hand. It shone with a dark green light, and when it was reflected in his eyes, it sent chills down one's spine. Are these people from a sixth-rate force or a fifth-rate force? I wonder why they're rushing south with such fanfare. The south seems to be the mortal continent where young master is, the grey-clad old man muttered to himself. The grey-robed old man muttered, his voice revealing a hint of gloominess. "I wonder how much young master has grown. Master asked me to wait for him in the southern district of the Dow Marshall Saint Land, but he hasn't arrived yet. I heard that the cultivation speed of people from the mortal continent is very slow. Perhaps, I'll have to wait a little longer. However, since these people are heading in the direction of the mortal continent where young master is, I'll have to ask them about their purpose. I can't let them interfere with young master's growth." When the old man reached this point, he instantly disappeared from the spot as if he had vanished into thin air. At the same time, a figure appeared in front of the 300 people led by the Thunder Bear barbaric beast. It was none other than the grey-clad old man who was following behind them. Boom! The old man raised his hand, and the walking stick in his hand shook before he pointed it at the air. At once, a wave of energy exploded in the air, and a barrier descended from the sky. It seemed to be indomitable. At the same time, the 300 people had also arrived in front of the barrier. *T. The middle-aged man dressed strangely next to the Thunder Bear barbaric beast had also noticed the heaven and earth barrier that had suddenly appeared in front of them. Horror dawned on him immediately. Stop. The moment the middle-aged man ordered, the 300 people began to slow down. However, they were still dragged a distance away by the inertia. The first one to slow down was the bear barbaric beast. After it stopped, it lifted its head and roared loudly. Its voice rumbled and caused a shockwave to appear in the air. Boom! The shockwave blasted in the air, causing the space to tremble. Heavenly Prison Barbaric Bear. Chapter 1378. Following that, a grey-clad old man with a walking stick appeared in front of the group of more than 300 people. With just his strength alone, he was able to stop a group of 30 Saint stage powerhouses and more than 200 Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses. One could see how intimidating the old man was. Old man, who are you? Han Shuanai, who was standing on the wild bear's back, finally regained her senses. She glared at the grey-clad old man in front of her. Why are you blocking our way? Little girl, you're so rude. Didn't the adults in your family teach you to respect your elders? The grey-clad old man asked in a deep voice as he stared at Han Shuanai with his eyes that were flickering with green flames. Ah! At this moment, Han Shuanai finally saw the evil in the old man's eyes. She was so frightened that her face turned pale immediately. Even her body could not help but tremble slightly. One could imagine how terrifying the old man's appearance was to be able to frighten Han Shuanai, who was known as the Little Devil. Shuanai, don't be rude. At this moment, the middle-aged man in strange clothes who was walking in front with Han Shuanai flew forward and arrived in front of the grey-clad old man before bowing slightly. Senior. The middle-aged man took a deep breath and spoke slowly. His tone was filled with respect. You're not bad. There aren't many outstanding beast tamers in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Those who can tame a wild beast like the Heavenly Prison Barbaric Bear are even rarer. The grey-clad old man looked at the middle-aged man and nodded. His gaze quickly shifted to the Heavenly Prison Barbaric Bear. When the Heavenly Prison Barbaric Bear was stared at by the old man, it was so shocked that it began to tremble. It almost knocked Han Shuanai down. Fortunately, the middle-aged man in strange clothes shouted in a timely manner, causing the Heavenly Prison Barbaric Bear to calm down again. Tell me, what's your name? Perhaps this old man has heard of you before. The grey-clad old man looked at the middle-aged man again and asked nonchalantly. Senior, I'm Mui. The middle-aged man replied respectfully. Mui, I seem to have heard of you before. You're the genius beast tamer from the Greenwave Han Mansion? The grey-clad old man thought for a while before the green flames in his eyes began to rage as he asked. I don't dare to call myself a genius beast tamer. Mui is indeed from the Greenwave Han Mansion. Mui modestly said. You don't have to be humble. I stopped you because I want to ask you something. What is the purpose of your Greenwave Han Mansion traveling south with such great fanfare? The grey-clothed old man asked directly. To tell you the truth, senior. We came here to help the young miss find a friend of hers. That friend of hers went missing in the boundless sea, and there is still no news of him. Mui sincerely said. She's the daughter of Mansion Master Han from your Greenwave Han Mansion? Humph. His upbringing doesn't seem to be that good either. The grey-robed old man looked at Han Shuanai again and snorted. If someone else had said that to her, Han Shuanai would have gone berserk long ago. However, this old man gave Han Shuanai a feeling that she was wandering around the gates of hell. Moreover, a person who could make her Uncle Mu treat him so respectfully was definitely not a simple person. Therefore, she chose to remain silent. Dong. Suddenly, the grey-robed old man raised his hand. With a shake of his walking stick, he pointed it at the air again. At once, the barrier that seemed to connect heaven and earth disappeared as though it had never appeared. Mui boy, I'll believe you this time. If I find out that you're lying to me in the future, I'll have to make a trip to the Greenwave Han Mansion. After the grey-robed old man finished speaking, his figure began to fade away. Senior, may I ask who you are? Seeing that the grey-robed old man was about to leave, Mui quickly asked. I'm from the Azure Cloud Mansion. The old voice resonated again and only entered Mui's ears. Then, The grey-robed old man's figure gradually faded away in the air. Azure. Azure Cloud Mansion? When Mui heard the grey-robed old man's words, his eyes narrowed immediately. He's from the Azure Cloud Mansion? Could he be that person? Good heavens. Why would he appear here? Mui's heartbeat quickened to the extreme. It took him a long time before he gradually calmed down. No wonder he was able to cast the heaven-shrouding earth technique so easily. As it turns out, he's actually that powerhouse from the Azure Cloud Mansion. Mui sucked in a breath of cold air, trying his best to calm himself down. Uncle Mu, did that old man say anything to you? At this moment, Han Shuanai noticed that the old man had left, and she finally dared to raise her head. However, when she saw Mui's expression, she still asked. She knew that the old man must have said something to Uncle Mu. Otherwise, with Uncle Mu's character, he would not have acted in such a manner. Shuanai, remember this. If you have the chance to see him again in the future, you must be more respectful. Even if your father sees him, he'll have to respectfully address him as senior. Mui said to Han Shuanai solemnly. When he recalled Han Shuanai's reckless behavior earlier, he could not help but break out in cold sweat. Even my father has to address him as senior? Han Shuanai frowned. Uncle Mu, just tell me. Who is he? He must have told you, right? When Mui heard Han Shuanai's words, he smiled wryly. This girl was really too smart. Shuanai, I can tell you. But you have to promise me that you'll be respectful when you see him in the future. Mui said again. I don't want to see him again. Han Shuanai snorted. That old man is so ugly. My brother Ling Tian is still better looking. When she spoke of brother Ling Tian, Han Shuanai sighed again. However, she quickly regained her senses and looked at Mui. Uncle Mu, quickly tell me, who is that old man? Shuanai, if you don't promise me, Uncle Mu won't tell you. Mui shook his head and shouted in a low voice. Instantly, the barbaric bear under Han Shuanai's feet flew out as though it had transformed into a gigantic cannonball. Its momentum was shocking. Let's go. At the same time, Mui ordered the 300 over powerhouses to continue on their journey. Uncle Mu, I'll promise you. Quickly tell me, that old man. No. It's that senior. Who is that senior? Han Shuanai turned to look at Mui who was following her. At this moment, she had completely given in. He's from the Azure Cloud Mansion. Mui transmitted his voice to Han Shuanai. Azure Cloud Mansion? Upon hearing this, Han Shuanai's eyes narrowed as a shocked expression appeared on her face. My goodness. What's the freak from the Azure Cloud Mansion doing here? I don't know either. However, there must be something in the south that he cares about. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked about our purpose. This time, whether we can find your brother Ling Tian or not, we must go back. Mui said. We'll definitely find brother Ling Tian, Han Shuanai said stubbornly. Just as Han Shuanai was leading the group of powerhouses from the Greenwave Han Mansion to search the vast and boundless ocean, the person they were looking for was quietly staying in a seaside city in the Dao Marshall Saint Land. This city was called Mound Hill City. Mound Hill City, City Governor's Estate, Latent Dragon Camp. In cottage number 6, a small pagoda that had turned into dust sat quietly at the corner of the bed. Nobody would have thought that such a small pagoda would have a completely different world inside. On the second level of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda, a purple-clad young man was sitting cross-legged in the air. Wisps of heaven and earth spirit energy that could be clearly seen entered his body through the air and became a part of his body. In his hand, the heaven and earth spirit energy that was accumulated in the 5th grade Saint Stone extended out and entered his body as well. Time passed by quietly. After an unknown amount of time, the purple-clad young man who was sitting cross-legged in the air began to slowly turn his body. Wisps of faint true energy radiated from his body. It's finally filled up. This pigeon egg-sized chi sea is actually like a bottomless pit. When I break through to the intermediate mortal shedding stage, won't the egg-sized chi sea be even more exaggerated? Duan Lingtian did not know when he regained his consciousness. He no longer repeated the cultivation steps numbly. At this moment, the pigeon egg-sized chi sea between his brows was already filled with true energy. Not only that, but the 15 saintly veins in his body were also filled with vital energy. Now, I can open a new saint vein. As long as I open a new saint vein, the qi will be formed. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian began to mobilize the true energy in the 15 saint veins. One must admit that opening a saint vein was a difficult process. Although Duan Lingtian had experienced it once before, he still could not get used to it again. Right now, he only had one feeling, and that was pain. Pain. It's too painful. Opening a saint vein was a good thing, but the process of opening a saint vein was heart-wrenching. I wonder which one is more painful than a woman giving birth. Duan Lingtian did not know why he had such thoughts. However, as soon as this thought appeared, he suppressed it. I almost forgot. When a woman gives birth in this world, as long as the mother's cultivation base is high, she can use her own strength to reduce unnecessary pain. While Duan Lingtian was thinking about this, his 16th saint vein was successfully opened. The opening of a saint vein was like a bright light, guiding the crowd forward in the dark. Gradually, the 2nd saint vein, the 3rd saint vein, and the 4th saint vein were opened one by one. 17 saint veins. When all the saint veins were opened, Duan Lingtian was so excited that his body trembled, causing his true energy to go astray. He only calmed down after another wave of excruciating pain. 17 saint veins. 17 saint veins. However, Duan Lingtian's heart was still filled with excitement. At the early mortal shedding stage, 15 saint veins were opened in his body. At the intermediate mortal shedding stage, 17 saint veins were opened in his body. However, this was not the most important point. Chapter 1379. In total, I'll be able to open 89 saint veins when I'm at the paramount mortal shedding stage. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, his emotions that had calmed down a little became agitated again. He knew that opening an additional 17 saint veins at the intermediate mortal shedding stage had given him a brand new future. Initially, he thought he would open an additional 16 saint veins at the intermediate mortal shedding stage and so on. It was considered good to open a total of 85 saint veins. Among the natives of the Yang Huang planet, the Dipankara Buddha who had opened the most saint veins had only opened 85 saint veins. However, now, the sudden change when he broke through to the intermediate stage of the mortal shedding stage gave Duan Lingtian an even better, or rather, an even more insane future. Based on the current situation, he would be able to open at least 89 saint veins when he broke through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. If there's another accident when I break through to the mastery mortal shedding stage, and another accident when I break through to the perfection mortal shedding stage, and another accident when I break through to the paramount mortal shedding stage, I might as well open 99 saint veins when I break through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. Duan Lingtian continued to fantasize in his heart. However, Duan Lingtian soon regained his senses. Now, it's time for the last step. With a jolt of his heart, Duan Lingtian began to cultivate the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique's 10th form, the 9 Dragons Form Mental Cultivation Method. As he rapidly absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy and transformed it into true energy, the true energy in his qi began to surge out as well. All of a sudden, the 32 saint veins in Duan Lingtian's body were filled with true energy. The 9 dragons carried the true energy and circulated it again and again. It was as though they would never feel tired. The speed at which the 9 dragons carried the true energy was getting faster and faster. In the end, the 32 saint veins were almost on fire from the friction. Now's the time. Duan Lingtian gasped as his heart skipped a beat. At that moment, the true energy in the 32 saint veins in his body rushed into his qi that was the size of a pigeon's egg. His qi that was the size of a pigeon's egg began to expand. The intense pain spread to Duan Lingtian's nerves in his head, causing him to involuntarily cry out. This was despite him enduring the pain in his body. Otherwise, he would have already let out a heart-wrenching scream. However, after the pain, there was a feeling of comfort. Perhaps this was the feeling of sweetness after bitterness. Duan Lingtian's spiritual force moved, and he quickly discovered that the sea of qi between his eyebrows had undergone a tremendous change. His chi-si, which was originally the size of a pigeon's egg, was now the size of a chicken's egg. However, even though his chi-si had become the size of an egg, the zhenqi in it was only transferred from the pigeon egg-sized chi-si. Compared to the egg-sized chi-si, it seemed to be very little. It'll be a long process to fill the egg-sized chi-si. However, when the egg-sized chi-si is filled, it'll be the time for me to break through to the mastery mortal shedding stage. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's body stopped rotating while he was sitting cross-legged. His eyes opened as a flash of brilliance flashed through them. After the egg-sized chi-si appeared, Duan Lingtian had completely broken through to the intermediate mortal shedding stage. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt that it was not only his chi-si that had undergone a transformation. Even his own body seemed to have undergone earth-shattering changes. After some experimentation, Duan Lingtian discovered his current ability was absolutely invincible on the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Even if it was a martial cultivator on the intermediate mortal shedding stage who had cultivated the human rank top saint grade martial tactics techniques to the highest stage, he was confident that he could defeat him in a blink of an eye. His body was even more powerful than a 5-clawed divine dragon on the intermediate mortal shedding stage with 32 saint veins circulating his true energy at the same time. This was Duan Lingtian's greatest advantage. My current ability is comparable to the peak of the mastery mortal shedding stage. Ordinary mastery mortal shedding stage powerhouses are no match for me. After experimenting for a while, Duan Lingtian had a deeper understanding of his own strength. When I was on the early mortal shedding stage, my ability was on par with Zhongji Long, who was at the peak of the intermediate mortal shedding stage. However, I can still defeat him with the advantage of my bow and arrow. Unless it's a Dao cultivator or a martial cultivator who specializes in long-range attacks, there shouldn't be many people who can defeat me at the peak of the mastery mortal shedding stage. The moment Duan Lingtian thought to this point, a bright smile appeared on his face. Now, it's time for me to cultivate the techniques in the colossal aerolite arrow. Especially the offensive technique, the aerolite shower. I'll only be able to cultivate the defensive technique, the colossal arrow bell, in the colossal aerolite arrow after I've cultivated the aerolite shower to the highest stage. Duan Lingtian was filled with anticipation toward the colossal arrow bell. According to Xuanai, for example, the human rank top saint grade martial tactic that he cultivated, the colossal aerolite arrow, had a technique that was based on other techniques at the highest stage. The power of that technique was not inferior to the power of an earth rank saint grade martial tactic. However, only a saint stage powerhouse could cultivate an earth rank saint grade martial tactic. Since he had decided to do it, Duan Lingtian leaped into the air as the sun-shooting bow appeared in his hand. He lifted his right hand and consolidated a true energy arrow. Then, he knocked it on the bowstring and shot it out. Aerolite shower. As the arrow flew up into the sky and fell back down, true energy swords rained down from the sky as though it was a meteor shower. Apart from the aerolite shower, Duan Lingtian did not neglect the other techniques as well. Duan Lingtian seemed to have forgotten about time as he focused on cultivating the techniques. Unknowingly, half a year had passed since he entered the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Naturally, this half a year was the time he spent on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Half a year was equivalent to 6 months. 3 days on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was equivalent to 1 day outside. Therefore, only 2 months had passed outside. Ha 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 ha. I've broken through. I've finally broken through. After 2 months, a loud laughter broke the silence in the latent dragon camp. Many young men and women walked out of the dilapidated wooden houses in the latent dragon camp. As for the brand new wooden houses on the high platform, the people inside were not alarmed. The wooden houses where the 13 gangsters stayed had better soundproofing. Who's shouting? It's so noisy. Can't we cultivate anymore? Many young men and women who walked out of the dilapidated wooden houses complained. However, when they saw the person who walked out of the dilapidated wooden house with laughter, they shut their mouths immediately. They did not dare to complain anymore. The person who walked out of the dilapidated wooden house with a smile was no stranger to them. It was none other than Hu Lin. Hu Lin, one of the 13 gangsters, was defeated 3 months ago and was removed from the 13 gangsters. Did he just say that he had broken through after 3 months? He was originally a martial cultivator on the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Now that he had broken through, he was on the mastery mortal shedding stage. Hu Lin has broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage? Immediately, many people reacted and cried out in surprise. This is shocking news. Hu Lin has broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage. Not only did his sea of qi transform again, but he also gained more saint veins. No martial or Dao cultivator on the intermediate mortal shedding stage is his match, with Hu Lin's current strength, let alone re-entering the 13 gangsters. It's not impossible for him to enter the 6th place. That's right. Duan Lingtian, who's ranked 6th among the 13 gangsters, is only a martial cultivator on the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Although he defeated Zhong Jilong, his strength is at the peak of the intermediate mortal shedding stage at most. The peak of the intermediate mortal shedding stage is not on the same level as the mastery mortal shedding stage. The young men and women in the dilapidated wooden houses kept walking out and were waiting to see what would happen. They knew Hu Lin's character very well. It was fine that he was not a match for any of the 13 gangsters in the past. Now that he had broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage, he would definitely re-enter the 13 gangsters. Soon, Hu Lin's action confirmed the young men's thoughts. Bang! Hu Lin stomped his feet on the ground, causing the ground to crack like a spider web. He then flew up to the high platform and stood outside wooden house number 13 in the blink of an eye. I, Hu Lin, challenge Guo Li, who's ranked 13th among the 13 gangsters. Standing in front of the wooden house, Hu Lin spoke slowly. His thunderous voice that contained true energy was sent into wooden house number 13. Soon, the door of wooden house number 13 was opened. Guo Li walked out from inside. However, Guo Li did not look too good. No matter who it was, they would not look good when they were interrupted during their cultivation. Hu Lin, you want to challenge me? Guo Li looked at Hu Lin and asked in a deep voice. That's right. Today, I, Hu Lin, will avenge my humiliation and defeat you. Hu Lin said with a grin. It seems like you've broken through. Guo Li's eyes flashed and there was fear in the depth of her eyes. Since you know that I've broken through, shouldn't you admit defeat? You should know that it's impossible for an intermediate mortal shedding stage to fight a mastery mortal shedding stage. Hu Lin smiled. His smile was smug. It seemed like he was trying his best to persuade her, but only he knew what he was thinking. Admit defeat. Guo Li snorted softly. I, Guo Li, never admit defeat. Then, don't blame me for being ruthless. The smile on Hu Lin's face became even more radiant. Guo Li's answer was exactly what he wanted. If Guo Li admitted defeat so easily, he would feel bored. It would be best if she did not admit defeat. It would allow him to vent the resentment that he had accumulated for the past 3 months. When he recalled that he was removed from the 13 gangsters because of this little girl, his heart was filled with resentment. He needed to vent his anger to his heart's content. I've broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage now, I won't bully you. You go first. Hu Lin said nonchalantly. His words caused the spectators to be speechless. They all felt that Hu Lin was too shameless. How could he even say such words? Chapter 1380. Although Guo Li was unwilling to admit defeat. However, facing Hu Lin, who had broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage, she was destined to lose from the beginning. Therefore, she was defeated by Hu Lin in just one move. After being defeated by Hu Lin, she was not discouraged. It was not embarrassing to be defeated by a martial cultivator at the mastery mortal shedding stage. As long as she broke through to the mastery mortal shedding stage, she was confident she would be able to redeem herself. Guo Li, you'll see soon. Your companion, Duan Lingtian, will also be defeated by me. After defeating Guo Li, Hu Lin smirked before he flew out and landed in front of cottage number 6. His voice resonated in the air. Duan Lingtian, I, Hu Lin, challenge you. His voice contained true energy that was transmitted into the house. The sound wave rushed into the wooden house through the gap in the door and stirred up a breeze. As the breeze blew, it also blew into the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda that was the size of a speck of dust. The space in the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda suddenly shook. Duan Lingtian, who was cultivating on the second level of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, felt the ground shake. Then, he discovered he had been knocked out of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. Uncomfortable. That was the only feeling he had at the moment. Who's that? When Duan Lingtian regained his senses, he could not help but feel angry. Since the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda was in the wooden house, it was impossible for it to be disturbed. In that case, there was only one possibility. Someone had disturbed the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. Just when Duan Lingtian was about to push the door open to see who had caused him to be knocked out of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, a voice rang out. It was the voice from outside again. Hu Lin. When Duan Lingtian heard Hu Lin's voice that contained the sound wave that caused the breeze to blow, he knew it was Hu Lin's sound wave that had disturbed the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. That was why he was knocked out of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. After experiencing the feeling of being knocked out of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda previously, Duan Lingtian had made up his mind not to experience it again unless it was necessary. And today, Hu Lin had caused him to experience that extremely uncomfortable feeling once again. Duan Lingtian pushed open the door and walked out. Everyone, including Guo Li, could see Duan Lingtian's extremely ugly expression. Of course, no one could guess the real reason why Duan Lingtian's expression was so ugly. Duan Lingtian's complexion seems to be very bad, much worse than Guo Li's complexion when she came out just now. How can it not be ugly? Now that he's challenged by Hu Lin, who has just broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage, I reckon he even has the intention to die. He hesitated for a while before coming out. I think he didn't plan to come out at first, but under Hu Lin's repeated urging, he had no choice but to come out. The strength of someone on the mastery mortal shedding stage is just too powerful. It seems like Hu Lin will be ranked 6th among the 13 gangsters as soon as he breaks through to the mastery mortal shedding stage today. Many people were talking about it. They all felt that Hu Lin's victory over Duan Lingtian was without a doubt. I was wondering where you, Hu Lin, got your guts from. So it's because you had a breakthrough. Not bad at all. After Duan Lingtian walked out of the wooden house, he looked at Hu Lin, who was standing nearby, and laughed out of anger. Duan Lingtian, I challenged Guo Li first, but she didn't admit defeat even though she's a woman. I don't think you're going to admit defeat, right? Hu Lin looked at Duan Lingtian and mocked him. The intention of his words was obvious. He did not want Duan Lingtian to admit defeat. However, after hearing his words, if Duan Lingtian admitted defeat, it would undoubtedly mean that he was inferior to a woman. What? Do you think I'll admit defeat? Naturally, Duan Lingtian saw through Hu Lin's intention. He could not help but scoff. Hu Lin thought too highly of himself, did he not? It's good that you won't admit defeat. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Hu Lin smiled brilliantly. How about this? Just like Guo Li, I'll let you make the first move. Otherwise, you'll say that I'm only at the mastery mortal shedding stage and I'm bullying you guys at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Hu Lin repeated what he had just said to Guo Li. For a moment, the surrounding crowd looked at Hu Lin with disdain in their eyes. In their opinion, Hu Lin was too shameless. How could he have the nerve to say such shameless words twice? Let me make the first move. Are you sure? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently as he narrowed his eyes. That's right. Hu Lin nodded. At the same time, an iron rod appeared in his hand. It was his weapon, an inconspicuous human rank mediocre saint weapon. Although he let Duan Lingtian make the first move, he did not dare to be careless. He held the saint-grade weapon in his hand. Very good, very good. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed. He took out the sun-shooting bow and condensed his true energy into an arrow. He nodded and said unhurriedly, Since you let me make the first move, it's only natural that I won't refuse. I'll do as you wish. As soon as the word wish left his mouth, Duan Lingtian had already shot an arrow. Body and arrow synchronization. Duan Lingtian did not hold back when he shot the arrow. His physical strength was fully unleashed. The true energy in his chi also burst out through the 36 saint veins in an instant. It could be said that the moment Duan Lingtian made his move, he displayed the fastest speed he could muster. As for how fast he was, it could be seen from the moment he appeared in front of Hu Lin before Hu Lin could react. Hu Lin was initially holding the iron rod in his hand as he looked at Duan Lingtian warily. However, he did not expect that. He was so vigilant that Duan Lingtian would be able to appear in front of him before he could react. He only felt that in the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian seemed to have crossed the distance between them. Fast. Too fast. This was the only thought left in Hu Lin's mind at that moment. He did not even have time to think. The iron rod in his hand shook as he prepared to use the Saint-grade martial tactics move. However, he did not expect that the moment his iron rod shook, it would be enveloped by a huge force before he could even make a move. It was Duan Lingtian who had appeared in front of Hu Lin. He lifted the bowstring and did not use any move as he ruthlessly smashed it on the iron rod in Hu Lin's hand. At that moment, Hu Lin's hands were bleeding from the web between his thumb and index finger. Blood splattered everywhere. As Hu Lin grunted, although he did not lose his grip on the iron rod, he loosened his grip on it. Clang! At that moment, a dull thunderous sound reverberated in the air. It was Duan Lingtian who shook the bowstring of the sun shooting bow in his hand. The bowstring drew a slight arc and shook the iron rod. This time, Hu Lin could no longer hold on to the iron rod, causing it to fall to the ground. The pain from his hands made Hu Lin feel like his heart was being torn apart. However, he still endured it without making a sound. However, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. Duan Lingtian has also broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage. It must be. It must be. That was the only thought in his mind at that moment. After shaking off the iron rod in Hu Lin's hand, Duan Lingtian put away the sun shooting bow in his hand and immediately attacked Hu Lin with his fists and legs. Hu Lin, who no longer had the saint weapon to rely on, had no strength to fight back against Duan Lingtian's fists and legs. What a joke! Duan Lingtian's current ability was comparable to a martial cultivator at the peak of the mastery mortal shedding stage. Was it not a piece of cake for him to deal with Hu Lin, a hothead who had just broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage? Bang! 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 Each of Duan Lingtian's punches and kicks penetrated deeply into Hu Lin's flesh. The dull thuds that reverberated in the air made the onlookers' scalps go numb. Duan Lingtian's attacks were just right. He did not kill Hu Lin, but he did not cripple him either. Barf! Ah! During this process, Hu Lin kept spitting out mouthfuls of blood. In the end, he was spitting out blood. Every time he opened his mouth to admit defeat, Duan Lingtian's fists would land on his chest, causing him to be unable to speak at all. Gradually, he even had thoughts of dying. That's enough. At this moment, even the heavenly harm guardian on the pavilion could not stand it anymore and spoke up to stop him. Upon hearing that, Duan Lingtian did not dare to disrespect the heavenly harm guardian. He shot his leg out and landed it on Hu Lin's abdomen violently, sending him flying. At this moment, Hu Lin was already beaten to the point that he could not move at all. He could only allow the force from Duan Lingtian's kick to draw a perfect parabola and fall straight into the manure pit. Smack! With a soft sound, Hu Lin's entire body fell into the manure pit. His entire body was covered in feces and urine. Not sure if it was because he was humiliated or he could not stand the stench in the manure pit, Hu Lin was so angry that he glared at Duan Lingtian before he fainted in the manure pit. The entire place was dead silent. Whoosh! At this moment, the heavenly harm guardian left the pavilion and landed on the high platform. With a raise of his hand, his true energy swept out and he pulled Hu Lin out of the manure pit and threw him off the high platform. He had no choice but to do this. If he did not pull Hu Lin out of the manure pit, the unconscious Hu Lin would definitely drown in the urine in the manure pit. After doing all this, the heavenly harm guardian looked at Duan Lingtian and frowned. Duan Lingtian, you're too ruthless. As soon as the heavenly harm guardian's words left his mouth, the people who were disgusted by the sight of Hu Lin who was covered in feces and urine regained their senses one by one. All of them deeply agreed with the heavenly harm guardian's words. At this moment, There was only genuine fear in their eyes when they looked at Duan Lingtian again. Ruthless? Duan Lingtian snorted coldly. If he wasn't in the latent dragon camp, he would have been crippled even if he didn't die. The moment Hu Lin interfered with the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda and caused it to shake him out, Hu Lin's ending was already destined. He would not have a good ending. Duan Lingtian, Yuve made a breakthrough. Guo Li, who withdrew her gaze from Hu Lin, looked at Duan Lingtian and asked in surprise. As soon as Guo Li's words left her mouth, the Heavenly Harm Guardian and the group of latent dragon camp members finally remembered. Hu Lin, whom Duan Lingtian had beaten up earlier, seemed to be a mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. Yes, I've just made a breakthrough. In the face of Guo Li's question, Duan Lingtian smiled and nodded. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's admission, the scene was in an uproar again. Goodness! Duan Lingtian has also made a breakthrough. Duan Lingtian has just broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage, but he didn't even have a chance to attack Hu Lin, who had also just broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage. Isn't the gap between them too ridiculous? Crazy. This Duan Lingtian is crazy. Chapter 1381. Bath. As the Heavenly Harm Guardian's gentle true energy landed on Hu Lin's chest, Hu Lin's body jolted as he regained his senses. Feces and urine came out of his mouth. All of a sudden, the group of young men below the high platform retreated one after another. They looked at Hu Lin with disgust. This was a man who had just walked out of a septic tank. Duan Lingtian. After regaining his senses, Hu Lin knew what had happened to him. His eyes were filled with malice when he looked at the purple figure on the high platform again. His body began to tremble violently because of shame, anger, and hatred. Duan Lingtian, Hu Lin, swear that I'm not human if I don't kill you. Hu Lin's eyes were bloodshot. He was on the verge of breaking down after being humiliated in front of so many people. He was roaring in his heart. At the same time, he had established Duan Lingtian as his sworn enemy. Duan Lingtian merely glanced at Hu Lin indifferently when he heard him calling his name word by word. Naturally, he noticed the hatred in Hu Lin's eyes. However, he was not bothered by it. If he could suppress Hu Lin for now, he could suppress him forever. Hu Lin took a healing pill and recovered for a moment. After he managed to stand up, he rushed out of the latent dragon camp in a frenzy to find a place to wash up. Let alone the others, even he could not stand the smell on his body. After Hu Lin left, everyone's gaze returned to Duan Lingtian at the same time. Duan Lingtian became the center of attention. Duan Lingtian looked at Guo Li. He already knew that Guo Li was defeated by Hu Lin and was removed from the 13 gangsters. There's still a month's time. Don't worry, I'm confident. Naturally, Guo Li knew what Duan Lingtian was talking about. She nodded and smiled at him. Then, she went to cottage number 12 and issued a challenge. The owner of cottage number 12 was a Dao cultivator on the intermediate mortal shedding stage. 3 months ago, before Duan Lingtian and Guo Li arrived, this mid-stage mortal shedding stage Dao cultivator was ranked 11th among the 13 gangsters. However, since Duan Lingtian had defeated Zhong Jilung and became the 6th in the 13 Grand Guardians, he had also moved down 1 rank. Guo Li, you want to challenge me? The Dao cultivator who walked out of the wooden house was a young man in a loose robe. He was the only Dao cultivator among the 13 Grand Guardians. One could imagine how powerful this young Dao cultivator was to be able to stand out among the martial and Dao cultivators at the intermediate mortal shedding stage in the latent dragon camp and become one of the 13 Grand Guardians. Thank you for your advice. Guo Li nodded at the young man and got into position. Dao cultivator? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. This was his first time seeing a Dao cultivator make a move since he came to the Dao Martial Saint Land. I wonder what's the difference between the Dao cultivators in the Dao Martial Saint Land and the Dao cultivators I met in the overseas Saint Islands, Duan Lingtian still remembered. Previously, when he was at the overseas Saint Islands Half Moon Island, the Dao cultivators he met would easily trigger small lightning punishments with the help of nature energy. It was awe-inspiring. Compared to the martial cultivators, the Dao cultivators' techniques were much more magnificent. Most importantly, The Dao cultivators were skilled in long-range attacks. Once they gained the upper hand, the martial cultivators would not be able to get close to them at all. As Guo Li and the young Dao cultivator fought, Duan Lingtian was shocked to find out. The scene of this Dao cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage attacking was not as magnificent as the Dao cultivators he saw on Half Moon Island. Could it be because the gravity in the Dao martial saint land is too strong? Duan Lingtian speculated. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The young Dao cultivator's loose robe fluttered. At that moment, the wind blades that surrounded his body swept toward Guo Li in an overwhelming manner. No matter where Guo Li dodged, the wind blades chased after her. The loose robe he's wearing is his saint weapon. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure that out. Ha! Guo Li shouted as the black whip in her hand shook. In just a blink of an eye, it formed a shield in front of her. She had cast a defensive technique. As she cast a defensive technique, Guo Li charged toward the young Dao cultivator while withstanding the wind blades. In the face of Guo Li, who was charging toward him with all her might, the young Dao cultivator's expression was extremely solemn as he leaped up from the ground. As he leaped up into the air, his eyes gleamed as he struck with his hand. At that moment, the wind blades that surrounded him flew to the top of his head and transformed into a gigantic wind blade. It was like a gigantic green saber that exuded a sharp aura. Subsequently, the gigantic green saber moved and slashed toward Guo Li. The direction of the saber seemed to be able to tear everything apart. In the face of this saber, Guo Li's beautiful face tensed up as she dodged it with great difficulty. However, one could see the strands of hair on her head were cut off in the air. One could imagine how dangerous it was at that moment. This is the Saint Grade Dao method. It's really amazing. If it was Guo Li 3 months ago, she might not be a match for him. But now, Duan Lingtian could tell. Although the Saint Grade Dao method that the young Dao cultivator cast was mysterious, that saber strike earlier seemed to be his most powerful technique. Duan Lingtian could get the answer from the young Dao cultivator's expression. When Guo Li dodged the saber strike earlier, the young Dao cultivator's calm expression finally changed. Just as Duan Lingtian thought, after Guo Li dodged the saber strike, she took the initiative in every aspect. After 30 moves, she finally closed the distance between them and arrived in front of the young Dao cultivator. She struck with her palm and a gust of wind blew, sending the young Dao cultivator flying. "Thank you for letting me win." Guo Li looked at the young Dao cultivator who was sent flying 10 meters away. His face was slightly pale as he stood still. She nodded slightly. "Thank you for going easy on me." The young Dao cultivator took a deep breath and consumed a pill to recover from his injuries. Then, he arrived in front of wooden hut number 13 and was prepared to enter it to cultivate. "I think, unless you can defeat the person in front of you. Otherwise, there's no need for you to enter." Guo Li reminded him. "What do you mean?" The young Dao cultivator frowned. Soon after, he heard the discussions from below the high platform, and he got his answer. Hu Lin had broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage. Moreover, he had defeated Guo Li just now. The young Dao cultivator's face darkened slightly. The city governor would come out of his closed-door cultivation in a month's time. By then, the city governor would set a test for the 13 Grand Guardians and select disciples from them. If he was eliminated from the 13 Grand Guardians, he would lose the opportunity to participate in the test. "Hu Lin is back," someone shouted. After washing up and changing his clothes, Hu Lin walked in from outside the latent dragon camp. However, he did not look good. It made sense. No one would be able to accept being thrown into a septic tank in front of so many people. After Hu Lin entered the latent dragon camp, his cold gaze was fixed on Duan Lingtian. Now, he had taken Duan Lingtian as his mortal enemy. He would not rest until he was dead. After climbing up the high platform, Hu Lin challenged number 9 of the 13 Grand Guardians, a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage who had yet to break through. The reason he challenged number 9 was that he was worried the person in front of him had also broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage. He could not afford to fail a second time. "Hu Lin." The martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage in cottage number 9 walked out when he heard someone challenging him. He was surprised when he realized it was Hu Lin. Hu Lin, there seems to be a smell on you. It smells like a septic tank. He was cultivating in cottage number 9, so he did not know what happened earlier. When he smelled the smell on Hu Lin's body, he casually blurted it out. At the same time, he frowned. It seems like Hu Lin hasn't cleaned himself yet. It's not that easy to clean himself. That's a septic tank. Below the high platform, many people lowered their voices and whispered to each other. It's really a septic tank. The martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage, who had just walked out of cottage number 9, had yet to realize what was going on when a thunderous roar resonated in his ears. You're seeking death. It was Hu Lin's roar. Hu Lin had made his move. In just one blow, he had sent the original owner of cottage number 9 flying. Hu Lin, who had broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage, defeated an intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivator without any suspense. Why UVE broken through? The intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivator, who was defeated before he could react, looked at Hu Lin in horror again. Humph. With a cold snort, Hu Lin glanced at Duan Ling Tian's location with a cold expression. With a heart filled with hatred, he strode into cottage number 9. The young Dao cultivator's name was instantly removed. Guo Li, on the other hand, returned to cottage number 13. She was first defeated by Xiong Quan, then she defeated the young Dao cultivator. She successfully stayed on the high platform and retained her title as the 13 Gangsters. At this moment, the high platform regained its peace. Duan Lingtian also returned to his cottage. After closing the door, he took out the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. With just a thought, he entered the pagoda and ascended to the 2nd level to continue cultivating his saint-grade martial tactic, colossal aerolite arrow. Time passed by quietly. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian's mastery of the techniques in the colossal aerolite arrow was becoming more and more skillful. A month later, the city governor of Mount Hill City would come out of closed-door cultivation. He was one of the 13 gangsters. Apart from Hu Lin, who did not know about the city governor taking in disciples, apart from Duan Lingtian, who was not interested in becoming the city governor's disciple, the other 11 people were cultivating with all their might. After cultivating on the 2nd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda for 2 months, Duan Lingtian exited the pagoda. It was not that he did not want to continue cultivating, but he felt numb after cultivating for so long. He knew it was caused by his impatience. He needed to heave a sigh of relief at this moment. I've been in Mount Hill City for so long, but I haven't left the city governor's estate. Now that my cultivation base won't improve in a short period of time, and my colossal aerolite arrow has reached a bottleneck, I'll go out and relax. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian put the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda away and walked out of cottage number 6. After walking out of cottage number 6, Duan Lingtian walked to the pavilion. If a member of the Latent Dragon Camp wanted to leave the Latent Dragon Camp, they would have to report to the Latent Dragon Camp supervisor, the Heavenly Harm Guardian. As soon as Duan Lingtian arrived before the pavilion, he heard an icy cold voice resounding in his ears. 20 days ago, you left the Latent Dragon Camp without reporting. Therefore, in the next 3 months, unless the city governor's estate gives an order, you're not allowed to leave the Latent Dragon Camp. Chapter 1382. 20 days ago. Duan Lingtian was stunned. Calculating the time, it seemed like it was the day Hu Lin challenged him and forced him out of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. On that day, the 13 Grand Guardians were reshuffled and the only Dao cultivator was removed. Of course, 20 days in the outside world was equivalent to 2 months in the 2nd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Master Heavenly Harm Guardian, you know what happened 20 days ago. I left the Latent Dragon Camp because of Duan Lingtian. Moreover, I didn't go out. I only washed up in the governor's mansion. Another voice was heard and Duan Lingtian could not help but smile. This was because he recognized Hu Lin's voice. Hu Lin wanted to leave the Latent Dragon Camp. However, he left the Latent Dragon Camp 20 days ago after falling into the septic tank. Therefore, He was not allowed to leave the latent dragon camp for the next 3 months. That's why I didn't punish you for leaving the latent dragon camp without informing me. The heavenly harm guardian's cold voice was heard again. Go back. Then, Duan Lingtian saw Hu Lin walking out of the pavilion angrily. Duan Lingtian only glanced at him indifferently and walked past him. Duan Lingtian. Seeing Duan Lingtian, Hu Lin's eyes flashed coldly. He clenched his fists and his face was filled with humiliation. This Duan Lingtian did not only humiliate him 20 days ago. He also made him lose a chance to go out. The members of the latent dragon camp could only go out once every 3 months. At other times, they were not allowed to go out unless the governor's mansion ordered them to. Duan Lingtian walked into the pavilion and said directly, Master Heavenly Harm Guardian, I need to go out for a while. Come back in 10 days. The Heavenly Harm Guardian glanced at Duan Lingtian. He raised his hand and wrapped his true energy around a token. He handed it to Duan Lingtian and said calmly, Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded and kept the token. He then turned around and walked out of the pavilion. Just at that moment, the corners of the Heavenly Harm Guard's mouth curled into a rare smile. However, this smile disappeared in the blink of an eye. No one saw it. When Duan Lingtian left the latent dragon camp, Hu Lingang arrived in front of cabin number 7. He turned his head slightly and saw Duan Lingtian's back as he left. His expression immediately darkened. After leaving the latent dragon camp, Duan Lingtian followed the path he took when he first entered the camp. Soon after, the entrance of the city governor's mansion appeared before his eyes. Duan Lingtian was stopped at the entrance of the city lord's mansion. Show me your token. The guard at the entrance of the city lord mansion said coldly. Duan Lingtian took out the token given to him by the Heavenly Harm Guardian and handed it to the guard. The latter glanced at it and nodded. Members of the latent dragon camp are allowed to leave the camp for 10 days. After 10 days, you will be sent back to the latent dragon camp for punishment. Duan Lingtian nodded. To him, 10 days were enough. He just wanted to go out and relax. After walking out of the city lord's mansion's entrance, Duan Lingtian traveled all the way. Based on his memory from the past 4 months, he arrived at the downtown area of Mount Hill City. Everything was sold in the downtown area. Saint weapon? Selling it on the street. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he saw the saint weapons on some of the stalls. Although they were only human-tier low-grade saint artifacts, it was too exaggerated to set up a stall on the street. Human-rank primitive saint weapons were quasi-royal grade spirit weapons on Cloud Continent. Quasi-royal grade spirit weapons usually only existed in the hands of powerhouses at the Emperor Wu stage. Naturally, the Emperor Wu stage on Cloud Continent was the innate void restoration stage in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Innate medicinal pills. Soon after, Duan Lingtian noticed some stalls selling innate medicinal pills. Although the innate medicinal pills were of lower quality, they were comparable to the quasi-royal grade spirit pills that he refined. That's right. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian recalled something very important. Now that the origin energy in my body no longer exists, I wonder if I can still condense weapon fire and pill fire. The moment he thought of this, Duan Lingtian immediately found a remote place and began to experiment. Duan Lingtian tried for a long time using the method of condensing weapon fire and pill fire from his origin energy, but there was no reaction from his true energy at all. This made Duan Lingtian's heart sink. Could it be that his weapon refinement and pill refinement techniques were useless just like that? Duan Lingtian was in a daze for a long time before he regained his senses. He took a deep breath and laughed at himself. So what if they're useless? They don't belong to me in the first place. Although the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory was still there, the reincarnation Emperor Wu was only an Emperor Wu powerhouse. He had never been involved in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian would have to rely on himself to explore the Dao Martial Saint Land. Since he had thought it through, Duan Lingtian, naturally, no longer felt conflicted. After all, he did not rely on weapon refinement and pill refinement to make a living. Moreover, even if he could still condense weapon fire and pill fire, he could only refine human-rank mediocre saint weapons and innate pills at most. If he wanted to improve, he would have to explore it himself. Previously, he had integrated the reincarnation Emperor Wu's weapon refinement and pill refinement techniques and experience. As long as his cultivation base had reached a certain level, he would be able to condense the corresponding weapon fire and pill fire to refine higher-grade spirit weapons and pills. However, it was impossible for him to do that now. I still don't have enough time to cultivate. Even if I still have my weapon refinement and pill refinement techniques, I'm too lazy to continue studying them. Won't I die of exhaustion if I have to study and improve myself? When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he felt completely at ease. When he returned to the bustling city, Duan Lingtian walked through the streets. Occasionally, he would enter some shops to look at the saint weapons and innate pills that were being sold. In the shops, Duan Lingtian saw human rank mediocre saint weapons and high-grade innate pills. The price of a human rank mediocre saint weapon was roughly 10,000 ninth-grade saint stones. The price of a bottle of innate pills was roughly 1,000 ninth-grade saint stones. Human rank mediocre saint weapons are comparable to the royal grade spirit weapons that I refined in the past. These innate pills are comparable to the royal grade pills that I refined in the past. However, a human rank mediocre saint weapon is only 10,000 ninth grade saint stones. 10,000 ninth grade saint stones are equivalent to a 5th grade saint stone. However, Xuanai gave me more than 900 5th grade saint stones. As long as I want, I can buy more than 900 human rank mediocre saint weapons at any time. Moreover, I'm only buying them with 5th grade saint stones. If I use 4th grade saint stones, I can sell them for 2,000 human rank mediocre saint weapons. Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly when he thought of this. As for these innate pills, I can buy 10 bottles with just 1/5 grade saint stone. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. At this moment, he finally realized, as it turned out, the royal grade spirit weapons and royal grade pills that he had refined earlier were so cheap in this place. However, until now, I haven't seen any saint-grade martial tactics for sale. There are saint-grade martial tactics in the city governor's estate, but it requires merit points. Duan Lingtian shook his head. He had come out this time mainly to see if there were any saint-grade martial tactics that focused on defensive techniques for sale. Although the colossal aerolite arrow had a defensive technique, he could not cultivate it at the moment. Therefore, he wanted to look for defensive techniques in other saint-grade martial tactics to make do with it. With my current body, my physical strength and defensive strength are already very strong. If I cultivate a defensive technique in the saint-grade martial tactic, even a mastery mortal shedding stage martial or Dao cultivator might not be able to break my defense. Duan Lingtian's body was even stronger than a 5-clawed divine dragon's body. If he combined it with a defensive technique in the saint-grade martial tactic, his defensive strength would be even more terrifying. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian was eager to cultivate a defensive technique in the saint-grade martial tactic. The Qizhen Pavilion will be holding another large-scale auction in 3 days. The Qizhen Pavilion only holds a large-scale auction once a year. There must be many good things in there. Duan Lingtian was walking when a voice suddenly entered his ears. Yes. I heard that the Qizhen Pavilion will be auctioning 3 saint tokens that contain saint-grade martial tactics in 3 days. Won't that be 3 sets of saint-grade martial tactics? Duan Lingtian turned around and noticed that it was 2 people who were walking side by side and chatting. Activating his divine eye, Duan Lingtian saw through their cultivation base. They were both at the innate void restoration stage. Brothers. Duan Lingtian turned around and chased after them. He stopped them and asked, "The Qizhen Pavilion auction that you mentioned earlier. What's that about? Can you tell me more about it?" The 2 middle-aged men who were stopped ignored Duan Lingtian. Instead, their faces were gloomy. It made sense when he thought about it. No matter who it was, they would not be happy to be stopped by a stranger on the street. "Here are 2 8th grade saint stones. Treat it as my treat to a cup of tea." Duan Lingtian did not seem to notice the 2 men's gloomy expressions. He lifted his hand and took out 2 8th grade saint stones. He had obtained the 8th grade saint stones from the latent dragon camp. In the latent dragon camp, he had only obtained 1 saint stone. It was when he had just entered the latent dragon camp for a month. As for the next 2 months, he had missed it because he was focused on cultivating in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. The members of the latent dragon camp would not wait for the saint stones that were overdue. However, Duan Lingtian did not mind 2 months' worth of saint stones. After all, he had more than 900 5th-grade saint stones and 100 4th-grade saint stones in his possession. To the saint stones in his possession, 2 months' worth of saint stones in the latent dragon camp was just a drop in the ocean. 8th-grade saint stones? When the 2 middle-aged men heard this, their eyes lit up as they took the saint stones in Duan Lingtian's hand. They instantly became polite and patiently explained to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh. It seemed like no matter where he was, money would always make the world go round. From the 2 middle-aged men, Duan Lingtian learned that the Qijian Pavilion was actually a business under the city governor's mansion. Every other year, a large-scale auction would be held. Every year, at least one saint-grade martial tactic would be auctioned. Due to this reason, many people would come to Mount Hill City every year to participate in the large-scale auction held by the Qijian Pavilion. No wonder I feel like there are more people on my way here compared to the last time. So it's because the Qijian Pavilion is going to hold an auction soon. Chapter 1383. This year, the Qijian Pavilion would be auctioning 3 sets of saint-grade martial tactics, which attracted more people. The saint-grade martial tactic, even if it was a human-rank primitive saint-grade martial tactic, was undeniably attractive. Even the 9th-rated forces would fight for it with all their might. One must know that even the 9th-rated forces only had a few sets of saint-grade martial tactics. After learning about the process of the Qijian Pavilion's auction from the 2 middle-aged men, Duan Lingtian made up his mind. He would participate in the Qijian Pavilion's auction 3 days later. However, with the 198 8th-grade saint stones in my hands, it's impossible for me to win the bid for the saint-grade martial tactic. Of course, if I use 5th-grade saint stones, those 9th-rated forces might not be able to win against me. However, I can't reveal my 5th-grade saint stones. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. Once the 5th-grade saint stones in his hands were exposed, he would become a target for everyone. One must know that a 5th-grade saint stone was equivalent to 10,000 9th-grade saint stones and 1,000 8th-grade saint stones. Who would not want that? Most importantly, the significance of the 5th-grade saint stone did not stop there. Only a saint-grade mineral reserve that was above the 6th grade could produce a 5th-grade saint stone. Even the most powerful city governor's estate in Mount Hill City was only an 8th-rated force that owned an 8th-grade saint stone mineral reserve, let alone the surrounding areas of Mount Hill City. Even the enormous sect that ruled the 18 cities including Mount Hill City was only a 7th-rated force that owned a 7th-grade saint stone mineral reserve. In Mount Hill City, the appearance of a 6th-grade saint stone was already shocking enough. However, it was impossible to see a 5th-grade saint stone. That's right. How could I forget? I only need to integrate my spiritual energy into the saint token that contains the saint-grade martial tactic and I'll be able to read all the contents instantly. Duan Lingtian had a flash of inspiration in his mind. He finally remembered the uniqueness of his spiritual energy. Ordinary martial and Dao cultivators, regardless of whether they cultivated the saint-grade martial tactic or the saint-grade Dao method, even if they obtained the corresponding saint token, they would still need to read the information layer by layer. Only when they cultivated the saint-grade martial tactic to a certain level could they continue to read the rest of the information. Otherwise, they would not be able to read the rest of the information. But Duan Lingtian was different. Previously, when he read the saint token that contained the saint-grade martial tactic, the colossal aerolite arrow, it only took him an instant to memorize all the information in it. It was only later that he found out that ordinary martial cultivators and Dao cultivators could not do that. It's better for me to attend the auction. At that time, no matter who wins the bid for the saint-grade martial tactic, I'll pay 108th grade saint stones to borrow it for a moment. Duan Lingtian smiled brightly. He only needed an instant to read all the information in the saint-grade martial tactic into his mind. I can finally cultivate the defensive technique of the Saint-grade martial tactic. Duan Lingtian was in a good mood. Duan Lingtian walked around Mound Hill City happily. In the end, he came to a stop in front of a luxurious 3-story building that occupied a vast area. Strange Technique Pavilion. Duan Lingtian's gaze was attracted by the huge plaque hanging on the building in front of him. What's this place? Duan Lingtian noticed that each floor of the 3-story building in front of him was as tall as 2 floors of an ordinary building. Therefore, although it only had a total of 3 floors, it was still extremely tall. As he stood in front of the Strange Technique Pavilion, Duan Lingtian sized up the crowd that was entering and exiting the building. He noticed that some of them had a special badge pinned on their chests. There were 2 types of badges. One of them had a pattern of a saber and a sword intersecting on it. The other one had a slanted pill bottle engraved on it. Next to the pill bottle, there was a pattern of 3 pills. Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian walked in. After entering, Duan Lingtian noticed that there were many people on the first floor. These people had one thing in common. They were here to issue missions. The missions they issued were either to request for medicinal pills or to request for sacred artifacts. Gradually, Duan Lingtian learned what kind of place the Mystic Art Pavilion was. The Strange Technique Pavilion was located all over the Dao Martial Saint Land. As long as it was a decent city, there would be traces of it. As for what it did, it would have to be explained from the first floor of the Strange Technique Pavilion. Anyone could enter the first floor of the Strange Technique Pavilion. After entering, one could issue missions to ask for pills, saint weapons, and even Dao talismans. The staff of the Strange Technique Pavilion would organize and record all the missions before sending them to the 2nd and 3rd floor of the Strange Technique Pavilion. The 2nd floor of the Strange Technique Pavilion was the place where Saint Refinement Masters gathered. There were 2 types of Saint Refinement Masters. One was focused on refining pills while the other was focused on refining weapons. In fact, it was similar to the Cloud Continent where Duan Lingtian was previously from. It was a general term for alchemists and weapons craftsmen. Duan Lingtian saw people wearing 2 different badges earlier. They were all Saint Refinement Masters. Those who wore badges with the pattern of a saber and sword were Saint Refinement Masters who focused on refining weapons. Those who wore badges with the pattern of a pill bottle and pill were Saint Refinement Masters who focused on refining pills. What a pity. I can't condense weapon fire or pill fire now. Otherwise, I'd be a Saint Refinement Master as well. Moreover, I'd be an almighty Saint Refinement Master, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Saint Refinement Masters who entered the Strange Technique Pavilion would go to the 2nd floor. On the 2nd floor, they could accept and complete missions to earn Saint Stones. Naturally, they could also issue missions to look for rare materials. These missions would be announced on the 1st floor of the Strange Technique Pavilion. Therefore, other than issuing missions, one could also sell rare materials on the 1st floor of the Strange Technique Pavilion. As for the 3rd floor of the Strange Technique Pavilion, it was the place where Dao Talisman Masters and Saint Inscription Masters gathered. Dao Talisman Masters were Dao cultivators who could inscribe Dao talismans. All Dao Talisman Masters were at the Saint Rudiment stage and above. Only Dao cultivators at the Saint Rudiment stage and above had the ability to inscribe Dao talismans. Naturally, not all Dao cultivators at the Saint Rudiment stage and above could inscribe Dao talismans. Inscribing Dao talismans was a skill. A city like Mound Hill City could only be considered as a border city in the Dao Martial Saint Land. In such a city, the number of Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses could be counted on one hand. There might not even be a Saint Rudiment stage Dao cultivator. Let alone a Saint Rudiment stage Dao cultivator who knew how to inscribe Dao talismans. Therefore, it was rare to see a Dao talisman master in Mound Hill City. A Saint Inscription Master was a martial cultivator who could inscribe Saint inscriptions on Saint weapons. All Saint Inscription Masters were at the Saint Rudiment stage and above. Only martial cultivators at the Saint Rudiment stage and above had the ability to inscribe Saint inscriptions on Saint weapons. Naturally, not all martial cultivators at the saint rudiment stage and above knew how to inscribe saint inscriptions on saint weapons. Inscribing saint inscriptions was also a skill. A saint inscription master was as rare as a Dao talisman master. It was rare to see one in Mount Hill City as well. Even if one could see one would only be a passerby in Mount Hill City. After all, no matter if it was a Dao talisman master or a saint inscription master, even the weakest one would be treated as a VIP in a 7th-rate force. In an 8th-rate force like the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City, even the weakest Dao talisman master or saint inscription master would not care about them. It seems like the 3rd level of the mystical art pavilion in Mount Hill City is just a facade. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. This is my first time hearing about a saint inscription master. It was Duan Lingtian's first time hearing about a saint inscription master. As for a Dao talisman master, it was also his first time hearing about it. However, he had used the 3 Dao talismans that his father had given him before. It was obvious the 3 Dao talismans were made by a Dao talisman master. A saint inscription master can inscribe saint inscriptions on a saint weapon to give it a certain attribute. A powerful saint inscription can even unleash a terrifying force. A saint inscription master is similar to an inscription master on Cloud Continent. However, the inscription will lose its effect in the Dao martial saint land. Duan Lingtian frowned and only relaxed after a while. Moreover, only martial cultivators at the saint rudiment stage and above have the chance to become a saint inscription master. Duan Lingtian's understanding of Dao talisman masters and saint inscription masters came from the staff of the mystical art pavilion. Naturally, the reason the staff of the mystical art pavilion explained so patiently was because they had received the saint stones from Duan Lingtian. Mystical art pavilion, saint inscription master, Dao talisman master, saint inscription master. Duan Lingtian walked out of the mystical art pavilion and returned to the main street as he muttered to himself. After walking around, he casually found an inn to stay in. After he had settled down, Duan Lingtian entered the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda with just a thought and went up to the 2nd level. He continued to cultivate the saint-grade martial tactic, the colossal aerolite arrow. He had stayed in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda for 6 days, and 2 days had passed in the outside world. When Duan Lingtian left the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, it was already the night before the Rare Treasure Pavilion's large-scale auction. That night, Duan Lingtian strolled around the night market of Mount Hill City. He could be considered to have experienced a different local culture. After walking around, Duan Lingtian was ready to go back in the middle of the night. Big brother, help! Help! Someone wants to kill me! Someone wants to kill me! As soon as he walked into a street where there was not a single person in sight, Duan Lingtian heard a young and frightened voice coming from the front. He focused his gaze and saw a little girl who looked to be only 5 or 6 years old running toward him anxiously. The little girl looked like she was carved from jade. Her face was a little dirty, and her clothes were a little tattered. Soon, the little girl arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. She opened her arms and hugged Duan Lingtian's thigh tightly, unwilling to let go for a long time. Little girl, where are your parents? Duan Lingtian squatted down and patted the little girl's head as he asked with a smile. Duan Lingtian looked at the little girl with a gentle gaze that made the little girl feel as if she was bathed in a spring breeze. Duan Lingtian's eyes were very pure, so pure that it made the little girl feel a little guilty. Big brother, actually, nobody wants to kill me. You should leave now. The little girl bit her lip and seemed to have made up her mind. She let go of Duan Lingtian's thigh and urged him to leave. Duan Lingtian was stunned. At this moment, he also felt that something was not right. Chapter 1384. Human Traffickers. Duan Lingtian was stunned. With his sharp ears, he heard the sound coming from the street ahead. The sound was getting closer and closer, accompanied by hurried footsteps. Sir, it's him. He's the one who kidnapped my niece. At this moment, Duan Lingtian heard a hoarse voice coming from behind him. The hoarse voice was unpleasant to the ears, like a duck quacking non-stop. You're with them. Duan Lingtian looked at the little girl and asked with a smile on his face. Now, he already knew that he had encountered the legendary badger game. However, he was not worried at all. Instead, he focused on looking at the little girl. They hit me. I didn't listen to them, so they hit me. The little girl looked at Duan Lingtian's pure gaze. Her big, watery eyes were filled with tears. At the same time, she pulled up her tattered clothes, revealing her little lotus-like arms. Her arms were full of black scars. With just a glance, the smile on Duan Lingtian's face froze. His eyes seemed to be spitting fire. Who are they to you? However, Duan Lingtian still suppressed his anger and asked as softly as possible so as not to frighten the little girl. Now, he was almost certain that this was an innocent child. The little girl was only 5 or 6 years old. What could she know? They took me away. Mother is gone. Father is gone. Grandfather is gone, the little girl said as she wiped her tears. Her tears stained her dirty little face, making her look like a little kitten. Now, Duan Lingtian was almost certain. The little girl had been abducted. Those bastards were using her to play the game of badger. Sir, it's him. Look, my daughter is crying because of him. Sir, I'll recognize him even if he turns into ashes. He's the one who kidnapped my niece. My niece is only 6 years old this year. If she's kidnapped by him, how are my brother and sister-in-law going to live? The two voices reached Duan Lingtian one after another. At this time, Duan Lingtian found that the little girl was like a frightened bird. She hugged his thigh again, her body trembling. It was hard to imagine. How much torture had this little girl gone through to be so frightened upon hearing their voices? With Big Brother here, no one can bully you anymore. Duan Lingtian picked up the little girl and held her in his arms. At the same time, he began to examine the people in front and behind him. The person in front of him was a middle-aged man in blue. Next to him was a city guard from Mound Hill City. Apart from an ugly and short middle-aged man, there was also a Mound Hill City guard standing behind him. Brat, how dare you kidnap my daughter? With the city guard here, I'll see how you die. The blue-clothed middle-aged man glared at Duan Lingtian with a pair of ugly triangular eyes. Sir, you must seek justice for us. My brother and sister-in-law only have one child. The ugly and short middle-aged man said to the Mound Hill City guard next to him. It's late now. It's not convenient for us to disturb the brothers guarding the prison. Both of you, see if you can settle this privately with him. If he doesn't want to, we'll put him in prison again. One of the Mound Hill City guards said. Human trafficker, you're lucky. If it wasn't for the fact that we don't want to disturb the brothers guarding the prison, we'd have you in prison forever. The other Mound Hill City guard snorted. Brother. They're fake. They're together. They're all bad people. They're all bad people. The little girl was lying on Duan Lingtian's shoulder as she spoke to Duan Lingtian in a trembling voice. In reality, Duan Lingtian knew that the first person dressed like a Mound Hill City guard was a fake when he spoke. Although he had not been in Mound Hill City for long, he had heard that Mound Hill City was strict with its military. It was impossible for such scum to exist. D*MN girl, do you want to die? Although the little girl's voice was not loud, it was exceptionally loud in the quiet street. The 4 people surrounding Duan Lingtian heard it as well, and their expressions changed. The reason they played the badger game was more to extort some holy stones. If there was no need, they rarely killed people. This was because they were in Mound Hill City. If they killed someone, they would not be able to stay here any longer. The city governor's estate of Mound Hill City would regard them as a blasphemy against the dignity of Mound Hill City. They would find them even if they had to dig 3 feet into the ground. However, now that the little girl had exposed them, they could not care less anymore. One by one, they took out their weapons. 4 human-rank primitive saint weapons. Since when did a little thief who hasn't even entered the mortal shedding stage dare to kill in Mound Hill City? Duan Lingtian mocked as he glanced at the 4 of them with his sharp eyes. When the 4 of them appeared, he had already probed their cultivation base with his divine eye. They were only at the innate void restoration stage. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's purple robe fluttered, and the aura of a mortal shedding stage powerhouse swept out. A mortal shedding stage powerhouse. The four of them had a drastic change of expression as they realized they had kicked an iron plate. Tell me, where did you kidnap her from? Duan Lingtian looked at the four of them. His sharp eyes became even sharper as if they could see through everything. The four of them seemed to realize they could not escape from Duan Lingtian, so they knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Master, please spare us. We bought her from someone else, and we don't know where she came from. Master, please spare us. Master, please spare us. The four of them knelt on the ground, their bodies trembling as they begged for mercy. You bought her from someone else? Where's that person? Duan Lingtian asked. We don't know him. He's just passing by Mound Hill City. We don't know where he came from, and we don't know where he's going. The middle-aged man with the triangular eyes said with a trembling voice. What's your name? Duan Lingtian asked gently as he looked at the little girl in his arms. Sha. Perhaps it was because she saw Duan Lingtian subduing the four of them, the little girl was no longer afraid. She looked at Duan Lingtian with admiration in her big, watery eyes. Brother, you're so powerful. Can Sha learn from you? If I learn from you, Sha won't be afraid of bad guys anymore. Bad guys won't dare to hit Sha anymore. The little girl, Sha, said with a serious expression on her little face. Duan Lingtian clearly noticed that when the little girl finished speaking, the bodies of the four fellows who were kneeling on the ground trembled imperceptibly. Duan Lingtian lifted the little girl's tattered clothes. He could see her arms and legs were bruised black and red. Moreover, they were all new injuries. Sha, tell me, do they hit you often? Duan Lingtian asked softly as he tried to suppress the anger in him. Young lady, please spare us. Young lady, please spare us. At this moment, the four of them who were kneeling on the ground panicked. They were all smart people. They could hear the killing intent in Duan Lingtian's voice. The little girl nodded. Sha didn't listen to them. Sha didn't want to lie, so they hit Sha. They told Sha to lie. Sha isn't a bad child. Sha doesn't want to lie. Brother knows Sha is a good child. Sha, brother will play a game with you. No matter what you hear, you can't open your eyes until I tell you to, okay? Duan Lingtian smiled as he looked at the little girl. Okay. The little girl nodded obediently and closed her eyes. Practically at the instant the little girl closed her eyes, Duan Lingtian's suppressed rage was completely vented out. He lifted his leg and his true energy raged as he swept the four scumbags kneeling on the ground. With just one kick, the four scumbags didn't even have the chance to beg for mercy. Their bodies exploded and blood stained the ground. Roar. Not long after the four scumbags were killed by Duan Lingtian, a beast's roar came from the front of the street. The sound was getting closer and closer. In just a blink of an eye, it entered the street. Who's there? How dare you kill people in Mound Hill City? Soon, a young man in armor standing on the back of a wild beast majestically rode the wild beast to a spot not far away from Duan Lingtian. Behind him, 8 people in the same armor followed closely behind. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian could tell that they were the city guards of Mound Hill City. I heard that there are 5 captains in the Mound Hill City City Guard who are beast tamers. I wonder who you are? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at the young man standing on the wild beast. Hong Yu. The young man standing on the wild beast stared straight at Duan Lingtian and asked coldly, Who are you? Why did you kill people in Mound Hill City? Don't you know the rules of Mound Hill City? Captain, 4 people are dead. 2 of them were wearing our city guard's armor. We've verified that they're fake. Soon, a city guard reported to Hong Yu after he had finished inspecting the scene. Those who forge the city guard's armor are sentenced to death. Hong Yu's gaze was cold as he looked at Duan Lingtian. How do you explain the other 2? Captain Hong. Is the wild beast that you tamed a blood-eyed jackal? Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the wild beast that resembled a jackal. It was completely black with crimson eyes under Hong Yu's feet. Rumor has it that the blood-eyed jackal has a special sense for the smell of blood. It can react immediately even when it's far away. Now that I've seen it today, it really lives up to its reputation. Just when Hong Yu's face darkened and he was getting impatient, Duan Lingtian threw a punch at him. Duan Lingtian took out the token given to him by the Heavenly Harm Guardian and tossed it to Hong Yu. "He's one of us." Hong Yu caught the token and looked at it. He could not help but exclaim, "Latent Dragon Camp! Latent Dragon Camp!" As Hong Yu exclaimed, the 8 city guards looked at Duan Lingtian with burning desire in their eyes. Everyone in Mount Hill City knew about the Latent Dragon Camp. Everyone knew that no matter how weak the people from the Latent Dragon Camp were, they were still important people to them. Although you're from the Latent Dragon Camp, Master City Governor personally ordered that killing is prohibited in Mount Hill City. Among the 4 people you killed, 2 of them forged the city guard's armor. They deserve to die. As for the other 2, please give me an explanation. Chapter 1385. Captain Hong, can we go somewhere else to talk? Duan Lingtian asked Hong Yu as he looked at the little girl in his arms. Hong Yu nodded. He believed that the people from the Latent Dragon Camp must know the rules of Mount Hill City. They would not kill anyone in the city for no reason. There must be a reason behind this. Our team has just changed shifts, and we're about to go back. Follow us back to the city guard's camp to talk, Hong Yu said. Hong Yu nodded. Duan Lingtian nodded. He did not reject him. Clean this place up and return to the camp. The moment Hong Yu ordered, the 8 city guards' army soldiers began to move. They cleaned up the scene and followed Hong Yu, who was riding the wild beast in an orderly formation. On the way, Duan Lingtian looked at the wild beast under Hong Yu's feet with interest. It was a wild beast that was tamed by Hong Yu. He only found out about the existence of beast tamers after he came to the Latent Dragon Camp in the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City. Beast tamers were a special existence in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Apart from relying on their own strength, they also relied on the help from their wild beasts when they fought. In a battle between martial and Dao cultivators of the same level, a beast tamer had a higher chance of winning. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, everyone wanted to be a beast tamer so that they could lead a wild beast to kill everyone. However, imagination was beautiful, reality was cruel. To become a beast tamer, one must have innate talent. Those with innate talent were 1 in a million. However, God was fair. Among those with innate talent, 40% of them had poor innate talent in martial Dao, 30% had ordinary innate talent in martial Dao, 20% had decent innate talent in martial Dao, and less than 10% had superb innate talent in martial Dao. Beast tamers with superb innate talent in martial Dao would be terrifying once they grew up. This was because the more powerful a beast tamer was, the more powerful the wild beast he could tame. Not only that, he could train the wild beast so that they could communicate with each other and work together seamlessly. 1 man and 1 beast swept through all directions, sweeping away all obstacles before them. Wild beasts did not have human intelligence. They only had survival instincts. As long as they were tamed by a beast tamer, they would never betray their beast tamer. They were not selfish and were willing to die for their beast tamer. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian followed Hong Yu's group to the city guard's camp. At this moment, Duan Lingtian said to the little girl in his arms, "Shusha, you can open your eyes now." Immediately, the little girl opened her big watery eyes and looked around like a curious baby. "Big brother, where is this place? Are those 4 bad guys dead? This is the city guard camp of Mount Hill City. No one can bully you here." Duan Lingtian said softly with a doting expression. "Yes." The little girl nodded. In the middle of the night, in the spacious tent, Hong Yu sat at the head of the table while the 8 city guards sat on both sides. Duan Lingtian and the little girl Shusha sat below Hong Yu. Under the watchful eyes of Hong Yu and the others, Duan Lingtian explained the ins and outs of the matter. Together with the scars on the little girl's body, the evidence was conclusive. For a moment, the eyes of Hong Yu and the other 8 turned red. Scum. Scum. Bastard. Trash. Hong Yu and the other 8 were completely enraged. They were the city guard army. They were tough and unyielding. Even if there was a knife on their necks, they would not blink. However, when they heard about what had happened to the little girl, Shusha, their eyes were wet. "Brother, you did well. I told you, How could a brother from the latent dragon camp disregard the law of Mound Hill City? Brother, you're from the latent dragon camp. How should I address you? Hong Yu took a deep breath and calmed his agitated emotions. He looked at Duan Lingtian and asked politely. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Duan Lingtian. Unexpectedly, Hong Yu and the other 8 city guards were stunned when Duan Lingtian said that. They did not make a sound for a long time, causing the atmosphere in the tent to become a little strange. Only the little girl, Shusha, did not notice that something was wrong. She naively ran around the tent happily. What? Is there something on my face? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he saw Hong Yu and the other 8 staring at him. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. You're the Duan Lingtian who defeated Zhong Jilong and is ranked 6th among the 13 gangsters in the latent dragon camp? Hong Yu sucked in a cold breath. The other 9 city guards also stared at Duan Lingtian as though they had seen a ghost. Previously, they thought this purple-clad young man was just an ordinary latent dragon camp member. They did not expect him to be one of the 13 gangsters in the latent dragon camp. Moreover, he was the genius in the latent dragon camp, Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian joined the latent dragon camp 4 months ago. He became one of the 13 gangsters as soon as he joined the latent dragon camp. A month later, he defeated Zhong Jilong, who was ranked 6th among the 13 gangsters, and replaced him. Yes, it's me. Duan Lingtian nodded. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Duan Lingtian, do you know? Before you defeated Zhong Jilong, he was a genius who was famous in Mound Hill City and the area around Mound Hill City. He was said to be invincible on the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Hong Yu said. A latent dragon camp member who's only on the intermediate mortal shedding stage is so famous? Duan Lingtian was stunned. He really did not know about this. However, ever since you defeated him, his reputation has plummeted. His fame has been completely transferred to you after that defeat. Hong Yu smiled. No wonder he looked like he wanted to eat me when he saw me after I defeated him. Duan Lingtian finally understood. Captain Hong, if you don't mind, how about we call each other brothers? Duan Lingtian could not help but suggest this to Hong Yu when he realized Hong Yu was no longer as open as before after knowing his identity. Naturally, the reason he suggested this was because he could tell Hong Yu was a straightforward man. He was someone he could befriend. He liked him very much. He and Hong Yu felt like old friends at first sight. Hong Yu was stunned when he heard what Duan Lingtian said. On the other hand, the eyes of the 8 city guard army soldiers under Hong Yu's command shone brightly. If their captain were to become Duan Lingtian's brother, then it wouldn't be a problem for him to have a meteoric rise in the future. They would definitely be able to benefit from it. You're a genius in the latent dragon camp. You might even become one of the 36 guardians of the governor's mansion in the future. I'm just a captain of the city guards. I'm afraid I'm not worthy to be your brother. Hong Yu smiled bitterly. Captain Hong, are you trying to find an excuse to brush me off? Duan Lingtian said with dissatisfaction. Captain Hong, I saw that you're a straightforward and open person. That's why I wanted to be friends with you. It seems like I was wrong. After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian stood up and was about to leave with the little girl, Shusha. Brother Lingtian, please stop right there. Hong Yu immediately stood up as well. I didn't mean to brush you off. I meant what I said. Captain Hong, did you just call me brother? Duan Lingtian's stiff face relaxed as a faint smile appeared on his face. Hong Yu smiled wryly. He was not a person who would waste time. He gritted his teeth and said, Brother Lingtian, since you said you want to call me brother, you can't call me Captain Hong, right? Ha ha. Big Brother Hong. Duan Lingtian laughed and took the initiative to call him Big Brother. When he first saw Hong Yu, he had used his divine eye to look at him. Hong Yu was 45 years old this year, and he was a beast tamer on the mastery mortal shedding stage. Congratulations, Captain. At this moment, Hong Yu's 8 subordinates smiled and congratulated him. The 8 of you, hurry up and prepare the dishes. Tonight, I want to drink to my heart's content with this brother of mine, Hong Yu ordered. Immediately, The 8 of them left the tent in high spirits to make their preparations. At this moment, only Du and Lingtian, Hong Yu, and the little girl, Shishua, were left in the tent. Brother Lingtian, I'm sure it's not convenient for you to bring her back to the latent dragon camp. Why don't you leave her at my place? It just so happens that your sister-in-law usually stays at home to take care of the kids. What do you think? Hong Yu suggested as he looked at the little girl, Shishua. Then, I'll thank Big Brother Hong first. Du and Lingtian immediately thanked Hong Yu before he sighed. This child is quite pitiful. However, I heard from her that her family should be here. I wonder if she still remembers where her house is. It'll be great if she remembers. She can go back and reunite with her family. If she can't remember, it'll be fine if she stays at my place. I'll take care of her as a daughter. Hong Yu said straightforwardly. Take care of her as a daughter? Big Brother Hong, you're taking advantage of me. She calls me Big Brother. Du and Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Then, I'll take care of her as a younger sister. My 2 children will be her nephews. They're younger than her. Hong Yu smiled. That night, Du and Lingtian and Hong Yu drank for the entire night. He was so happy that he did not even use his true energy to force the alcohol out of his body. When the sky was about to turn bright, Du and Lingtian woke up. When the sky turned bright, Du and Lingtian brought the little girl, Shishua, to look for Hong Yu. He was prepared to hand the little girl over to Hong Yu. However, the little girl was unhappy. I want Big Brother. I only want Big Brother. I only want Big Brother. Be good, Shishua. Big Brother still has something important to do. Why don't you stay at Big Brother Hong's place for now? Your 2 little nephews will play with you at Big Brother Hong's place. Du and Lingtian persuaded her patiently. Big Brother, you must come and see me often. It had to be said that the little girl was very sensible. She had a maturity that did not belong to her age. This made Du and Lingtian and Hong Yu's heartache even more. After handing the little girl, Shishua, to Hong Yu, Du and Lingtian left the city guards camp and went straight to the Qizhen Pavilion. The Qizhen Pavilion's auction would be held at noon today. Other than those who had received an invitation, everyone else had to pay Saint Stones to reserve a seat and obtain a seat token. What? That's all? Du and Lingtian had underestimated the enthusiasm of the people who came from all over the place. When he arrived at the Qizhen Pavilion to reserve a seat, he was told that all the seats were taken. Just as Du and Lingtian was about to turn and leave with a frown on his face, "Sir, please wait." Chapter 1386. Du and Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man in confusion. Manager. At this time, the staff member who told Du and Lingtian that there were no seats bowed respectfully to the middle-aged man, his heart full of unease and resentment. He was uneasy about Du and Lingtian's identity. He was angry that Du and Lingtian didn't reveal his identity. Are you blind? This is the pavilion master's guest. The middle-aged man glared at the staff member, who quickly smiled apologetically at Du and Lingtian. Guest, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were the pavilion master's guest. Guest, don't mind him. Come with me, the pavilion master is waiting for you. The middle-aged man looked at Du and Lingtian, his face full of smiles. Pavilion master? The pavilion master of Qizhen Pavilion? Du and Lingtian's heart was full of doubts. The pavilion master of Qizhen Pavilion knew him? With doubts, Du and Lingtian followed the middle-aged man to the top floor of Qizhen Pavilion. The top floor of Qizhen Pavilion was half open, bathed in the morning light. Guest, the pavilion master is waiting for you outside. The middle-aged man looked at the open balcony outside and said to Du and Lingtian, then turned and went downstairs. Du and Lingtian stepped out and walked into the open balcony. After entering, he saw a person with his back facing him, standing by the railing of the balcony, bathing in the morning light and looking out at the street. Of course, this wasn't the main point. The main point was that he felt that the back in front of him was somewhat familiar, as if he had met him before. However, he couldn't recall who it was at that moment. You are? Du and Lingtian stopped and asked as he approached the back of the figure. Ha ha. Du and Lingtian, have you forgotten your savior so quickly? With a burst of hearty laughter, the owner of the figure turned around. It was a middle-aged man dressed like a scholar, with a silk headband on his head and a feathered fan in his hand. Senior Lin. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened. You're the owner of Qizhen Pavilion? The middle-aged scholar standing before Duan Lingtian was none other than Lin Qingrong, who had saved his life near Fuyu Island. He was also one of the 36 guardians of the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. The Ninth Guard, the Heavenly Hero Guard. Duan Lingtian knew that the Qizhen Pavilion was the property of the mayor's palace, but he didn't expect that the owner of the Qizhen Pavilion would be this old acquaintance. Don't be surprised. I just took office last month. Lin Qingrong smiled. He had indeed just taken office last month. Furthermore, the fact that he was able to become the pavilion master of the Qizhen Pavilion was mostly because of Duan Lingtian. More accurately, it was because he had found a genius like Duan Lingtian for the governor's mansion. He had become the pavilion master of the rare treasure pavilion because the leader of the 36 personal guards, the Sky Leader Guardian, had personally appointed him. If that's the case, the reason why the Qizhen Pavilion is auctioning 3 sets of Saint-grade martial tactics today is because of you, Senior Lin. The new broom sweeps clean? Duan Lingtian asked. You can say that. I knew you'd be interested in today's auction when I saw you here. Are you here for the Saint-grade martial tactic? Lin Qingrong asked. I'm just here to join in the fun. Duan Lingtian smiled. I can't afford the Saint-grade martial tactic. I heard, when you defeated Li Han and Zhong Jilong, the Saint-grade martial tactic you used was very impressive. Lin Qingrong smiled as he looked deeply at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian smiled awkwardly. Senior Lin, do you have the Saint token of the Saint-grade martial tactic that will be auctioned today? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. In his opinion, the Saint token that contained the Saint-grade martial tactic was extremely important. Logically speaking, it should be in the hands of Lin Qingrong, the pavilion master of the rare treasure pavilion. If it was in Lin Qingrong's hands, perhaps he would have a chance to borrow it. That's right. Under Duan Lingtian's expectant gaze, Lin Qingrong nodded. With a raise of his hand, 3 Saint tokens appeared in his hand. Why? Do you want to take a look? I want to take a look. Duan Lingtian smiled. Actually, when Lord City Governor comes out from his closed-door cultivation 10 days later, you'll be able to obtain a lot of merit points if you achieve a certain result in the test he set up. Lin Qingrong said, with the merit points, you'll be able to borrow the Saint-grade martial tactic in the city governor's estate. The Saint-grade martial tactic in the city governor's estate is much better than the one I have. As Lin Qingrong spoke, he handed the 3 Saint tokens to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian took the Saint tokens and infused his spiritual energy into them one by one. At once, 3 waves of vast information surged into his mind as though they had taken root and sprouted in his mind. The 3 Saint tokens in your hand contain the human rank primitive Saint-grade martial tactic. Among these 3 sets of Saint-grade martial tactic, only 2 of them have a common defensive technique called copper shirt. It's not bad, so you can take a look at it. Lin Qingrong said. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian began to sort out the 3 waves of vast information in his mind. In the end, he discovered that among the 2 waves of information that originated from 2 different Saint tokens, there were 2 small waves of information that were exactly the same. These 2 small waves of information recorded the same defensive technique. It was the copper shirt that Lin Qingrong had mentioned earlier. Copper shirt was a defensive technique that merged true energy into one's flesh and blood. It even covered one's skin with true energy. When cultivated to the peak, the true energy that entered one's body would be like an iron wall. This defensive technique is very suitable for my body. Duan Lingtian was excited. His body was already extremely strong. It was even stronger than the body of a 5-clawed divine dragon of the same level. If he could cultivate this copper shirt, his body would become even stronger after the true energy entered his body. Senior Lin, these 2 sets of Saint-grade martial tactic are completely different. How can they have the exact same technique? Duan Lingtian could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. At this moment, he returned the 3 Saint tokens to Lin Qingrong. To him, The 3 saint tokens were no longer of any value. This was because he had already engraved the contents of the 3 saint tokens in his mind. He would not be able to forget it even if he wanted to. Moreover, I discovered that this technique is also in the saint grade martial tactic that I'm currently cultivating. Duan Lingtian added. He was already preparing to cultivate the copper shirt. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he began to pave the way for himself so that Lin Qingrong would know that the copper shirt was also in the saint grade martial tactic that he was cultivating. The copper shirt is also in the saint grade martial tactic that you're cultivating? Lin Qingrong was a little surprised. At the same time, he shook his head and smiled. To think that I even recommended it to you. However, it's not rare for the same technique to appear in multiple saint grade martial tactics. Of course, this only exists in the human rank saint grade martial tactic. Among them, the human rank primitive saint grade martial tactic is the most common. Lin Qingrong said, take the copper shirt for example. It's the most popular defensive technique in the human rank primitive saint grade martial tactic. If 100 people who cultivate different human rank primitive saint grade martial tactics were to gather together, at least 10 of them would have cultivated the copper shirt. I see. Duan Lingtian nodded. However, you're really lucky. Lin Qingrong smiled. Duan Lingtian was slightly puzzled, and he had a bewildered expression. Senior Lin, what do you mean by having good luck? In the city governor's mansion, there's a human rank mediocre saint grade martial tactic. In it, there's an upgraded version of the defensive technique, the copper shirt, called the silver shirt. Lin Qingrong said. Silver shirt. Duan Lingtian was stunned. Yes, it's the silver shirt. Lin Qingrong nodded. Although both the silver shirt and the copper shirt are divided into 5 stages, the effects are completely different. The effects of the silver shirt at the mastery stage are comparable to the copper shirt at the impeccable stage. Duan Lingtian nodded. He could understand this. After all, they belonged to different categories. One belonged to the human rank mediocre saint grade martial tactic while the other belonged to the human rank primitive saint grade martial tactic. However, if you cultivate the copper shirt to the impeccable stage and then cultivate the silver shirt, you'll be able to achieve the silver shirt at the mastery stage. Lin Qingrong said again. The techniques in the saint grade martial tactic were divided into 5 stages: getting a glimpse of the door, achieving some success, reaching a higher level, familiarizing oneself with the task, and reaching the point of perfection. Cultivating the copper shirt to the impeccable stage was already the limit. There was no way to improve it anymore. However, the silver shirt was different. The copper shirt at the impeccable stage was equivalent to the silver shirt at the mastery stage. After the transformation, the upper limit would increase and it could be raised by 2 stages. The effects were completely different. Do you understand what I mean now? Lin Qingrong asked. Duan Lingtian nodded. Lin Qingrong's words were very clear. He was hinting that he could focus on cultivating the copper shirt. No matter how much effort he had to put in, it would not go to waste. This was because when the copper shirt was cultivated to the peak, it could be transformed into the silver shirt. Moreover, with the copper shirt as the foundation, he would not have to start cultivating the silver shirt from the beginning. He could start cultivating halfway. All right. I should go prepare for the auction. Lin Qingrong lifted his head to look at the sky and said to Duan Lingtian, I'll arrange a private room for you for today's auction. At that time, other than these 3 sets of saint grade martial tactic, you can bid for any auction item. I'll pay for it. Only 1 item? Duan Lingtian chuckled. Senior Lin, don't you think you're being a little stingy? 2 items then. I can't bid anymore. Lin Qingrong said snappily. Before the auction began, under Lin Qingrong's arrangement, Duan Lingtian sat in a private room on the 2nd floor. From the window of the private room, he could see the entire auction stage. I hope there's something that interests me. It'd be even better if there are 2 items. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Before the auction began, Duan Lingtian began to organize the information about the defensive technique, the copper shirt. At the same time, he circulated his true energy according to the root of the copper shirt. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian had wondered if it was worth it to waste time on a human-rank primitive saint-grade martial tactic like the copper shirt. Chapter 1387. After successfully cultivating copper shirt, one's skin would emit a faint bronze luster as soon as he cast it. It was as though he was wearing a copper shirt. Hey! How can it be so easy to cultivate this copper shirt? Duan Lingtian realized. The speed at which his true energy spread through his body through the 32 saint veins was extremely fast. Moreover, he discovered that his true energy had only circulated around his body once, and the copper shirt had already been successfully cultivated to the fundamental awareness stage. Isn't this too exaggerated? Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded. What's going on? Puzzled, Duan Lingtian could only search for the reason himself and continue to cultivate the defensive technique, copper shirt. However, the copper shirt did not break through again when he circulated his true energy for the second time. However, the improvement was obvious. After a few times, Duan Lingtian finally discovered the problem. I see. This copper shirt seems to be tailor-made for me. It turned out that the higher a martial cultivator's physique and the more saint veins a martial cultivator had, the faster the cultivation speed would be. However, Duan Lingtian's physique was even stronger than the five-clawed divine dragon's true body. Needless to say, saint veins were even stronger. A martial cultivator at the intermediate stage of the mortal shedding stage had opened 32 saint veins. Some paramount mortal shedding stage cultivators with poor talent might not even have opened 32 saint veins in their bodies. With a physique that was stronger than the five-clawed divine dragon's true body and 32 saint veins, it was destined that Duan Lingtian's speed of cultivating copper shirt would be exaggerated. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian said the copper shirt seemed to be tailor-made for him. Based on this cultivation speed, I'm afraid it won't take long for me to cultivate copper shirt to the highest stage, the impeccable refinement stage. Duan Lingtian was a little excited. Unknowingly, the auction had already begun. Duan Lingtian only regained his senses when he heard the voice from outside. He stopped cultivating the defensive technique, copper shirt. Looking at the auction stage through the window, Duan Lingtian could see a middle-aged man standing there. This middle-aged man was no stranger to Duan Lingtian. He was the one who brought him to see the Precious Treasure Pavilion's pavilion master, Lin Qingrong. He seemed to be the manager of the Precious Treasure Pavilion. Currently, the middle-aged man was warming up the atmosphere of the auction house. As he spoke, he gradually stirred up the atmosphere. Soon, the auction began. The first item to be auctioned was a human-rank medium-grade saint artifact, a 3-foot-long blue sword. A human-ranked medial-grade saint artifact. Is there nothing else in your treasure pavilion? A human-rank mediocre-grade saint weapon, and a sword at that. There are at least 10 shops in Mount Hill City where you can buy it. We came to your precious treasure pavilion to bid for treasures, not to bid for things that can be bought on the streets. Do you really think we're fools? The appearance of the first auction item aroused the dissatisfaction of many people. They thought the first auction item was a human-rank mediocre-grade saint weapon that could be bought on the streets. It made them speechless when such an item appeared in the Precious Treasure Pavilion. Is there something special about this human-rank mediocre-grade saint weapon? Duan Lingtian had a puzzled expression on his face. He had a feeling that since Lin Qingrong had just been appointed as the pavilion master of the Precious Treasure Pavilion, he would not bring out something that could be bought on the streets to ruin his reputation. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian had guessed correctly. This human-rank mediocre-grade saint weapon was indeed not simple. On the auction stage, the manager of the Precious Treasure Pavilion who was hosting the auction had a smile on his face from the beginning until the end. It was as though he did not care about what the crowd said. He only cleared his throat after most of the voices had died down and said slowly, "Ladies and gentlemen, the Precious Treasure Pavilion won't ruin our reputation. Although the first auction item is a human-rank mediocre-grade saint weapon, there's something special about it. Something special." The moment the Precious Treasure Pavilion's manager finished speaking, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. There's a saint inscription inscribed by a saint inscription master on this human-rank mediocre-grade saint weapon. The Precious Treasure Pavilion's manager explained in the face of the curious gazes. Saint Inscription Master. Saint Inscription. The crowd was in an uproar immediately. I was just wondering why the Precious Treasure Pavilion would bring out an ordinary human rank mediocre grade saint weapon for auction. As it turns out, it's a saint weapon inscribed with a saint inscription. The Precious Treasure Pavilion is really sincere. The first auction item is actually a saint weapon inscribed with a saint inscription. Many of the people who were mocking the Precious Treasure Pavilion earlier began to praise the Precious Treasure Pavilion. A saint weapon inscribed with a saint inscription? In the room, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. He was curious about the saint inscription masters in the Dao Martial Saint Land. This was because he was an inscription master when he was on Cloud Continent. Inscriptions and saint inscriptions seemed to have the same effect. However, he did not know if there was a connection between the two. If there is, I might be able to become a saint inscription master as well. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. I wonder, what kind of saint inscription is inscribed on this human rank mediocre grade saint weapon? Duan Lingtian studied the sword in the Precious Treasure Pavilion's manager's hand curiously. At the same time, many people began to ask about the saint inscription on the sword. It would be easier for them to bid after they knew what kind of saint inscription was on the sword. Everyone, the human rank mediocre grade saint sword in my hand is inscribed with the glorious sun saint inscription. If you inject your true energy into it, the sword will turn into a blazing sun for a short period of time to confuse your opponent. The Precious Treasure Pavilion's manager added, of course, the glorious sun saint inscription only targets the target. It won't affect the person who activated it or the people around them. The entire auction area was in an uproar immediately. If the glorious sun saint inscription was used at a critical moment, it could temporarily blind the opponent. At that moment, the opponent would be a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. There are similar inscriptions as well. However, once it's activated, it'll target everyone. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. It seemed like compared to inscriptions, saint inscriptions were much more advanced and humane. It seems like everyone is interested in the saint sword in my hand. If that's the case, let's begin the bidding. The Precious Treasure Pavilion's manager said slowly. As everyone knows, a common rank mediocre grade saint weapon is worth about 1,000 8th grade saint stones. In order to repay everyone's support for the Precious Treasure Pavilion, the starting price of this human rank mediocre grade saint sword with the glorious sun saint inscription is also 1,000 8th grade saint stone. Every increase in price must be at least 1,000 8th grade saint stones. The Precious Treasure Pavilion's manager's voice that was filled with true energy reverberated in the entire auction area and into every room. Repay support. The starting price is 1,000 8th grade saint stones. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He felt that the Precious Treasure Pavilion's manager was spouting nonsense. Even if the starting price was a 9th grade saint stone, the price would still be raised in the end. 1,000 8th grade saint stones. As soon as the Precious Treasure Pavilion's manager finished speaking, someone made a bid. 2,000 8th grade saint stones. Another person made a bid. 10,000 8th grade saint stones. After 2 bids were made, a loud voice resonated from one of the private rooms. It directly bid 10,000 8th grade saint stones. Should I bid for it and have some fun? Duan Lingtian was eager to give it a try when he recalled Lin Qingrong's promise. However, he dismissed the idea in the end. Forget it, I don't need a sword now. Moreover, there might be something I want later on. Lin Qingrong had only promised to give him 2 auction items. Naturally, those were the 3 sets of human rank primitive saint grade martial tactics. There was no doubt that the 3 sets of saint grade martial tactics would be sold for a sky-high price. 30,000 8th grade saint stones. When Duan Lingtian regained his senses, the human rank mediocre grade saint sword with the glorious sun saint inscription had already been sold for 30,000 8th grade saint stones. And this price became the final price. A human rank mediocre grade saint weapon with a saint inscription. Compared to a human rank mediocre grade saint weapon without a saint inscription, it's 29,000 saint stones more expensive. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened. Was the Saint Inscription Master not too profitable? A Saint Inscription was worth 29,000 Saint Stones? Duan Lingtian had no idea. The main reason the sword could be sold for such a high price was because it was rare. There were almost no Saint Inscription Masters in the area around Mount Hill City. If it was in other big places with many Saint Inscription Masters, it would not be able to sell for such a price. This was the principle of the rarer something is, the greater its value. However, compared to Saint Inscription Masters who focused on weapon refinement and medicine refinement, Saint Inscription Masters and Dao Talisman Masters were indeed more profitable. This was because the threshold to become a Saint Inscription Master was low and there were many of them. Subsequently, the Precious Treasure Pavilion's manager took out the second auction item. The second auction item was a Dao Talisman that could instantly kill anyone below the mortal shedding stage. Naturally, this was a single-target offensive Dao Talisman that could only kill one person. However, it was also useful against mortal shedding stage martial artists. It could severely injure martial and Dao cultivators at the early mortal shedding stage and lightly injure martial and Dao cultivators at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. It was useless against martial and Dao cultivators above the mastery mortal shedding stage. If it was the Duan Lingtian who was still on Cloud Continent, perhaps he would be interested in this Dao Talisman. However, the current Duan Lingtian was not interested in it at all. He could instantly kill anyone below the mortal shedding stage. Not only that, but he could also instantly kill those at the early and intermediate mortal shedding stage. As for the mastery mortal shedding stage, as long as it was not someone at the peak of the mastery mortal shedding stage, he was confident he could kill them in 3 moves. If I can cultivate the copper shirt to the impeccable level, I can easily kill someone at the peak of the mastery mortal shedding stage. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. To Duan Lingtian's surprise, this Dao Talisman that he did not take seriously was sold for more than 20,000 8th-grade Saint Stones in the end. What a wastrel! Duan Lingtian could not help but click his tongue. Subsequently, the auction items were brought up one by one. However, Duan Lingtian was not interested in any of them. When the 17th auction item was brought up, Hualaro's voice resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. Chapter 1388. Hualaro's voice resonated, and Duan Lingtian was shocked. Something good. That was the first thought that popped up in Duan Lingtian's mind. At the same time, Duan Lingtian looked out of the window. His gaze landed on the Precious Treasure Pavilion's manager's hand on the auction stage. The manager was holding a round bead in his hand. This was a black pearl with complicated patterns on it. Duan Lingtian glanced at it and instantly felt his eyes hurt. At the same time, he felt dizzy and his vision blurred. There seemed to be some kind of magic in the black bead. When Duan Lingtian looked at it, it seemed to have turned into a bottomless abyss. It was as though it was going to devour Duan Lingtian's soul. If possible, Duan Lingtian really did not want to experience this feeling again. Therefore, he looked away and stopped looking at it. What bead is this? Oh my God. I only took a look at it, and it's as though my soul is going to be sucked in. This bead isn't simple. At the same time, there were whispers in the auction hall. Most of the people had a hint of dread in their words. It was obvious that they had the same experience as Duan Lingtian. Everyone, this black bead was obtained by the new pavilion master of the Precious Treasure Pavilion, Master Lin Qingrong. I'm sure everyone has noticed that if you intentionally look at it, you'll feel extremely uncomfortable. On the auction stage, the Precious Treasure Pavilion's manager spoke. What's the use of this bead? Someone asked. Our pavilion master obtained this bead 10 years ago. Until now, other than knowing that it can make people feel uncomfortable when they look at it, we haven't discovered anything special about it. The Precious Treasure Pavilion's manager continued. However, our pavilion master once asked the great city governor of Mount Hill City to look at this bead. Even the city governor couldn't damage this bead at all. Whoosh! As soon as the Precious Treasure Pavilion's manager finished speaking, there was an uproar in the crowd. The people present were either from Mount Hill City or from the area around Mount Hill City. Perhaps they had never seen the city governor of Mount Hill City before, but they knew that the city governor of Mount Hill City was the strongest powerhouse in the area around Mount Hill City. Even the city lord couldn't do anything to it. Looks like it's really hard. Many people exclaimed in shock. However, other than being hard, it seems to only be able to make the person who looks at it feel uncomfortable. This thing is not practical. Someone else said. It's not just impractical. Whoever buys this thing will definitely take a few glances at it. Just now when I took a look at it, that feeling was too unbearable. Yes. I don't even dare to look at it now. If I were to buy it back, wouldn't I be suffering? Many people said with fear on their faces. In the private room, Duan Lingtian retracted his gaze and couldn't help but ask Hualao, "Hualao, you asked me to bid for it. What's so special about it?" "That's the eye of the one-eyed devil vulture. If you can refine it, your eye will inherit the one-eyed devil vulture's ability. It will be of great help to you now," Hualao said. "One-eyed devil vulture? What's that?" Duan Lingtian was stunned. "It's a powerful demon beast, and it's extremely rare. Even Yang Huang Star doesn't have it. I didn't expect that there would be a one-eyed devil vulture's eye on this planet," Hualao said. "What's so special about its eye?" Duan Lingtian asked again. "Of course, the one-eyed devil vulture is powerful precisely because of its unique eye. Its eye has extremely terrifying ability. As for what kind of ability it has, you'll naturally know when you refine it in the future," Hualao said again. "The most important thing now is to buy it first." "Hualao, are you sure I can refine it? I heard the manager of the Precious Treasure Pavilion say, even a Saint Realm Master can't damage it at all?" Duan Lingtian could not help but ask when he recalled the words of the manager of the Precious Treasure Pavilion. "The current you naturally can't refine it. However, with the help of my Sun Divine Fire, it'll be easy for you to refine it," Hualao said. Upon hearing Hualao's words, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and no longer hesitated as he looked out of the window. At this time, several people had already made their bids. 3,000 8th grade Saint Stones. As soon as this bid was made, the others immediately fell silent. Obviously, most people were not interested in the one-eyed devil vulture's eye. Of course, they did not know it was the eye of the one-eyed devil vulture. They only thought it was a strange bead. The guest in box number 4 has made a bid of 3,000 8th grade Saint Stones. Is there anyone else who wants to continue bidding? If not, I'll start the countdown. On the auction stage, the manager of the Precious Treasure Pavilion said unhurriedly, 3. Soon, he began to count down. 2. He counted down again. Just as he was about to say 1, Duan Lingtian spoke, 5,000 8th grade Saint Stones. 5,000 8th grade Saint Stones. As soon as Duan Lingtian spoke, the manager of the Precious Treasure Pavilion smiled and closed his mouth. He said excitedly, "The guest in box number 1 has made a bid of 5,000 8th grade Saint Stones. 5,000 8th grade Saint Stones. Is there anyone else who wants to increase the bid?" The manager of the Precious Treasure Pavilion asked 3 more times, but no one else made a bid. "Good lad. Someone else has made a bid of 3,000, and he actually raised it to 5,000. He really doesn't feel bad about not spending his own Saint Stones." In box number 2, Lin Qingrong could not help but chide him. However, he was just joking. The strange bead that was being auctioned now belonged to him. No matter how many Saint Stones it was auctioned, those Saint Stones would end up in his pocket in the end. Therefore, no matter how high Duan Lingtian's bid was, it did not affect him at all. 3,000 8th grade Saint Stones for a strange bead is already a sky-high price. Whoever wants it can have it. A soft snort came from box number 4. The person in box number 4 was the person who had made a bid of 3,000 8th grade Saint Stones before Duan Lingtian had made a bid. The words of the owner of booth number 4 made the group of people in the auction house deeply agree with him. 5,000 8th grade Saint Stones for a bead. That's too extravagant. Even if I have 100,000 8th grade Saint Stones, I can't bear to spend it like that. Even if I buy this bead for my collection, I'll still suffer. I'll have to reconsider if I want this bead even if you give it to me. The group of people discussed animatedly. Their words made it clear that Duan Lingtian in box number 1 was a fool. However, Duan Lingtian did not care about that at all. These people thought he was a fool, but in his opinion, these people were the fools. They were fools who did not know what was good for them. Who was Huolaro? A three-legged golden crow. A primordial mutant. With Huolaro's experience in the world, his judgment was very high. How could something that Huolaro admired be ordinary? Now, Duan Lingtian was looking forward to the benefits that the eye of the one-eyed devil vulture would bring him. He believed that it would definitely be a great benefit. As the manager of the Precious Treasure Pavilion counted down from 3, the one-eyed devil vulture's eye successfully became Duan Lingtian's possession. Not long after, someone delivered the one-eyed devil vulture's eye to Duan Lingtian. Perhaps Lin Qingrong had told him beforehand, but the servant who delivered the item did not ask for saint stones from Duan Lingtian. He left after delivering the item to Duan Lingtian. Huolao, how do I refine this? Duan Lingtian raised his head and asked as he turned the bead in his hand. If possible, he did not want to look at the bead in his hand again. He did not want to experience the feeling of his soul being taken away again. Let's wait for the auction to end. Huolaro replied. Huolaro's words were very clear. He would tell Duan Lingtian the details after the auction ended. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Although he was anxious, since Huolaro had spoken, he did not insist. After putting away the bead in his hand, Duan Lingtian thought to himself, if it wasn't for Huolaro's reminder, I wouldn't have known that it's actually an eyeball. It's the eyeball of the one-eyed devil vulture. After Duan Lingtian obtained the eyeball of the one-eyed devil vulture, the auction continued. One by one, the auction items were auctioned off on the stage. After 27 items were auctioned off, it was finally time for the last 3 items to be auctioned off. 3 sets of human rank primitive saint-grade martial tactic. It was worth mentioning that before this, Duan Lingtian obtained another item. It was a material that could be used to repair the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. It was one of the high-grade materials that Huolaro had mentioned before. Although its effect was not as good as the 5-clawed divine dragon's dragon pearl, it was not too far off. According to Huolaro, this material could be used to repair the 3rd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda by 10%. At the same time, due to the appearance of the saint-grade martial tactics, the auction square was in an uproar. The frenzied bidding made Duan Lingtian speechless. Soon after, the first set of saint-grade martial tactics was bought by someone at the sky-high price of 200,000 8th-grade saint stones. It's no wonder Senior Lin gave me an auction item. Apart from these 3 sets of saint-grade martial tactics, if I bought it, even if it's just one, I'm afraid he'd want to die. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. 200,000 8th-grade saint stones were equivalent to 200 5th-grade saint stones. It was almost a quarter of the 5th-grade saint stones in Duan Lingtian's possession. Huolaro, what's the difference between the 3rd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and the 2nd level? Duan Lingtian asked Huolaro when other people were bidding for the 2nd set of saint-grade martial tactics. The 3rd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda has the celestial supreme treasure, the astonished god halberd. Apart from that, the heaven and earth spirit energy there is denser. Not only that, but the flow of time there is also slower. Huolaro said slowly. How slow? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Due to the celestial supreme treasure, the Jasper celestial sword, on the 2nd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, Duan Lingtian was not interested in the astonished god halberd on the 3rd level. What was the point of being interested in something that he could not even lift? What he cared more about was the heaven and earth spirit energy inside, since it was related to his cultivation environment. Naturally, the most important thing was the flow of time. 5 days inside and 1 day outside. Chapter 1389. 5 days inside and 1 day outside. Duan Lingtian's breathing quickened when he heard Huolaro's words. It should be noted that the time ratio on the 1st level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was only 2:1. On the 2nd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, It was only 3:1. Now, the time ratio on the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was 5:1. In other words, if I cultivate inside for 5 months, only 1 month will pass outside. If I cultivate inside for a year, only 2 months will pass outside and 10 days will pass outside. Duan Lingtian's emotions surged when he thought of this. However, he seemed to have thought of something very quickly and regained his senses. Repairing the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is much harder than repairing the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Even if Huolaro used the materials I bid for earlier, he would only be able to repair 10% of it. Duan Lingtian shuddered and calmed down as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. It seems like it's still a long way to go before I can completely repair the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Although it was still a long way away, Duan Lingtian had already made up his mind. I must repair the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. The time flow on the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is a qualitative leap compared to the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Moreover, after repairing the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, I can start repairing the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Duan Lingtian could not forget about the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. According to Huolaro, as long as I repair the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, the space in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda will stabilize. At that time, no matter when or where, no matter what happens to the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, even if it overturns rapidly, the space inside will not be affected. Duan Lingtian was slightly excited when he thought of this. That also means, no matter what danger I encounter, as long as I can enter the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda in time, I can escape the calamity. In Duan Lingtian's mind, an image involuntarily appeared, an expert who was many times stronger than him, an expert who could crush him with a single finger. Just when he thought that he could definitely kill him, he hid in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and disappeared. As for the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, it turned into dust and merged with the earth. That expert was so angry that he went crazy, but there was nothing he could do. In the end, he could only leave in disappointment. I can't find the materials to repair the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda on the Cloud Continent or the overseas Saint Islands, but I'm sure I can find it in the Dao Marshal Saint Land. From today onwards, I will do my best to search for the materials needed to repair the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Duan Lingtian made up his mind. Perhaps, when I return to Cloud Continent next time, I can take a look at the other 2 mortal continents. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes lit up. With my strength, it's enough to deter the top forces and top powerhouses from the 2 mortal continents. At that time, I'll just have to give them some favors. I think I'll be able to mobilize the people from the 2 mortal continents to help me search for the materials. At this moment, Duan Lingtian shifted his attention to the other 2 mortal continents. Naturally, he was mentally prepared. Even if the 2 mortal continents were to work together, they might not be able to find the materials that could repair 50% of the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. However, no matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. He would not let go of any opportunity to find the materials that could repair the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. When Duan Lingtian regained his senses, he realized the auction had ended. The remaining 2 sets of Saint Grade Martial Tactics were sold at a higher price than the first set of Saint Grade Martial Tactics. This result made Duan Lingtian speechless. Good boy, at least you have a conscience and are not too ruthless. After the auction ended, Duan Lingtian met Lin Qingrong again. As soon as they met, Lin Qingrong smiled and teased him. He had promised to give Duan Lingtian 2 auction items. Duan Lingtian had indeed bid, but the total price of the 2 auction items did not exceed 10,000 8th grade Saint stones. It was because of this that he said Duan Lingtian had a conscience. Senior Lin, you're the one who's stingy. Duan Lingtian said as he shook his head. After getting closer to Lin Qingrong, he could see that he was an easygoing person. He did not put on airs and could joke occasionally. All right, I admit that I was stingy today. How about this? In the auction held by the Precious Treasure Pavilion next year, I'll let you bid for as many items as you want within 100,000 8th grade saint stones. What do you think? Lin Qingrong scolded with a smile. You said it yourself. Duan Lingtian smiled. When the time comes, I'll definitely give you a round number. Then, after bidding farewell to Lin Qingrong, Duan Lingtian left the precious treasure pavilion. Lin Qingrong also went to do his own things. After the auction ended, there was still a lot of work to be done. After leaving the precious treasure pavilion, Duan Lingtian went to the city guard's camp. However, he did not see Hong Yu. If Hong Yu was not there was no need to mention the little girl, Shi Shi. Coincidentally, the 8 city guards under Hong Yu's command were there. After finding out that Hong Yu had returned home, he asked for Hong Yu's address. Then, he personally went to Hong Yu's house. Brother Ling Tian. When Hong Yu saw that Duan Lingtian had personally come to his residence, he was naturally very happy. He warmly welcomed Duan Lingtian in. Brother. Just as he entered the front yard of Hong Yu's house, Duan Lingtian heard a familiar voice. Then, he saw a delicate little girl running towards him from afar. She ran all the way to his front and opened her arms to hug his thigh. Hey! Shi Shi, you seem to have become prettier. Duan Lingtian squatted down and looked at the little girl's clean and white little face as he smiled. He could tell that the little girl had gone through some grooming. Sister-in-law helped me bathe and even changed me into a new set of clothes. The little girl raised her head and said to Duan Lingtian. Sister-in-law? Duan Lingtian was startled at first. Then, he realized that the sister-in-law that the little girl Shi Shi was referring to was Hong Yu's wife. Soon, under Hong Yu's introduction, Duan Lingtian got to know his wife. Hong Yu's wife was a delicate and pretty lady. When she found out that Duan Lingtian was Hong Yu's sworn brother, she was very enthusiastic and personally cooked a table full of dishes. Sister-in-law, you don't have to be so courteous with me in the future. Otherwise, I won't dare to come again. At the dining table, Duan Lingtian said to Hong Yu's wife. Brother Lingtian, Hong Yu doesn't have many friends. Since you're his brother, you're my brother as well. It's rare for a brother to come home. How can I not take good care of him? Hong Yu's wife smiled. Sister-in-law, I'll have to trouble you with Shi Shi here. I'll think of a way to see if I can find her family. If I can find them, I'll send her home. If I can't find them, I'll try my best to settle her down. I won't trouble you too much. Duan Lingtian said. Brother Lingtian, you're treating me like an outsider. Shi Shi is very cute. Both my boys like her very much. It's fine if you can find her family, but if you can't, just let her stay here with me. Hong Yu's wife quickly said. Shi Shi is such a pitiful child. Hong Yu's wife's eyes were wet when she spoke. She recalled the scars on the little girl's body when she was bathing her earlier. She loved the little girl, Shi Shi, but she also felt sorry for her. Thank you, sister-in-law. Duan Lingtian quickly expressed his gratitude. He could tell Hong Yu's wife's words were from the bottom of her heart. She was not lying at all. Brother Lingtian, I think you still have 7 days before you have to return to the latent dragon camp, right? You can stay in my house for the remaining 7 days. I have an empty guest room in my house, Hong Yu said. Hong Yu suggested, you can also spend more time with Shi Shi. That child has been nagging about you the whole morning. Duan Lingtian glanced at the little girl, Shi Shi, and nodded in agreement. After eating and drinking, Duan Lingtian also saw Hong Yu's 2 boys. One was 2 years old, and the other was 3 years old. They were running behind the little girl, Shi Shi. That night, Hong Yu went on duty while Duan Lingtian stayed in his house. The doors and windows of the spacious guest room were tightly shut. With a thought, Duan Lingtian entered the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Elder Kong, how do I refine the eye of this one-eyed devil vulture? Duan Lingtian looked at Elder Hua and asked bluntly as he weighed the black pearl he obtained from the precious treasure pavilion in his hand. Whoosh! As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Hua Laro did not speak and only raised his hand. Instantly, Duan Lingtian noticed his hand uncontrollably loosening, and the black pearl was in Hua Laro's hand. This scene caused him to be shocked. As expected, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. It was the first time Duan Lingtian had witnessed Hualaro's strength. Before Hualaro, he was like a child that could not withstand a single blow. Something flashed before Duan Lingtian's eyes, and he couldn't help but be stunned. Subsequently, he noticed that Hualaro had transformed into his true form as a three-legged golden crow, and he spat out a strand of material flames that shot onto the eye of the one-eyed devil vulture. At this instant, Duan Lingtian, who was far away, clearly felt the space of the first level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda gradually become hot, and in the end, it was hot to the point he was slightly unable to accept it. Go to the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Hualaro's reminder sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. With my current cultivation, I'll need at least 3 hours to refine this eyeball of the one-eyed devil vulture. Come back after 3 hours. At that time, I'll have already refined it and can directly fuse it into your body to allow you to possess the ability of a one-eyed devil vulture. Hualaro reminded. Duan Lingtian nodded and immediately went to the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. The space of the second level was completely isolated from the first level, so he could not feel any heat at all. For the first time, Duan Lingtian felt that 3 hours was so long. It felt as though half a day had not even passed yet. When 3 hours had passed, Duan Lingtian, who could no longer hold himself back, flew out and left the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda immediately and went to the first level. Duan Lingtian discovered that Hualaro had already reverted to his human form. Moreover, there was a ball of black mist hovering in front of him. Chapter 1390. The uncomfortable feeling was the same as when he saw the eye of the one-eyed devil vulture. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could confirm that the floating black fog was the eyeball of the one-eyed devil vulture. It was refined into this appearance by Hualaro. Tell me when you're ready. When it fuses with your eye, it will hurt a little. Hualaro said in a timely manner. A little? Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently. Hualaro, let's begin. Hualaro nodded. Immediately after, Hualaro didn't see any movement, but the black fog floating in front of him instantly turned into a silk thread and shot towards Duan Lingtian's left eye. Duan Lingtian only felt a flash in front of his eyes, as if something had pierced his left eye. At first, it felt cold, but later, he could feel a clear pain. The pain continued to intensify. At first, Duan Lingtian could still bear it, but later, he couldn't bear it at all. He only felt as if his left eye could explode at any time, and he couldn't see anything in front of him. It was as if he had gone blind. Because of the pain, Duan Lingtian's body trembled violently. The veins on his forehead pulsed, and his robes were completely drenched in sweat. He tried hard to clench his teeth, but at some point, his teeth were already bleeding. This is called a little pain. Thinking of Hualaro's words just now, Duan Lingtian was speechless. Even if he had experienced a hail of bullets in his previous life, and was shot more than a dozen times, his eyebrows didn't even blink, but now, his eyebrows had already twitched countless times. Gradually, Duan Lingtian became numb from the pain. He only felt as if his left eye didn't belong to him anymore. He didn't know how much time had passed in this numbness. Duan Lingtian discovered that the pain was gradually subsiding. At the same time, he could feel the existence of his left eye again. In the end, the originally dark left eye in front of him gradually lit up. After experiencing endless darkness and seeing light again, his left eye vaguely stung. Of course, this stinging sensation was not worth mentioning compared to the pain he had experienced before. Feel what's changed in your left eye? Hualaro's voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears, causing Duan Lingtian to come back to his senses. At the same time, he began to observe everything in front of him with his left eye. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. God! What did he see? Duan Lingtian found out. Right now, everything he saw with his left eye was completely different from what he saw with his right eye. His right eye was as usual. His left eye, however, had undergone an earth-shattering change. In the world that his left eye could see, everything seemed to be dyed with a layer of incomparably gorgeous colors. It was a riot of colors that was exceptionally eye-catching. Elder Hua, who was standing in front of him, was now clearly different from Elder Hua. Scalp, face, clothes, belt, hands, shoes. All of these were displayed in front of Duan Lingtian's left eye as if they had been deliberately drawn. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian could even clearly see the traces of the flow of heaven and earth spirit energy, strand after strand. It should be known that he couldn't see these before. Whoosh! Gently raising his hand, Duan Lingtian's sleeves fluttered, causing a gentle breeze. In this gentle breeze, Duan Lingtian's left eye even caught extremely fine dust. All of this was so natural that it didn't seem out of place at all. Whoosh! At this moment, Duan Lingtian discovered that Huolaro had thrown a punch at him without warning. The wind from the punch raged, causing the air to vibrate. In Duan Lingtian's right eye, Huolaro's punch was an afterimage. In Duan Lingtian's left eye, the punch seemed to have slowed down a little. It was to the extent that he could even see the trajectory of the airflow that spread out in all directions wherever the punch passed. Huolaro's punch is comparable to a punch from a martial cultivator at the mastery mortal shedding stage. Duan Lingtian's right eye could determine this. Huolaro's punch was aimed at Duan Lingtian's left eye without warning. If it was the Duan Lingtian of the past, he would definitely have been hit by Huolaro's sneak attack. After all, Huolaro was right in front of him. Moreover, his attention was not on Huolaro from the beginning until the end. He could not avoid it at all. However, at this moment, the punch was right in front of Duan Lingtian's left eye and was about to hit it. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was shocked to discover that his spiritual energy had instantly surged into his left eye. In an instant, he felt his left eye burning. If Duan Lingtian was given a mirror at this moment, he would discover that there was a black whirlpool spinning continuously in the pupil of his left eye as though it could devour everything. As his spiritual energy surged into his left eye, it became hotter and hotter. Duan Lingtian was shocked to discover that Huolaro's fist seemed to have frozen in place within the range of his left eye's vision. It was frozen in place in front of his eyes. Moreover, he also discovered that the air ripples around Huolaro's fist seemed to have stopped as well. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Very quickly, Duan Lingtian discovered that Huolaro's fist was not frozen in place. Instead, it had slowed down. It had become very, very slow. As Duan Lingtian's left eye shrank, Huolaro's fist strangely moved to the side, narrowly avoiding him. Immediately after, he felt a wave of dizziness. In the depths of his mind, the originally dense spiritual energy was now almost completely exhausted. As for his left eye, it had also stopped burning. Not bad. Huolaro's voice sounded in a timely manner. In the future, as your spiritual energy grows stronger, the ability of your left eye will also become stronger and stronger. After a while, Duan Lingtian recovered and asked, Huolaro, what happened just now? Your left eye has already inherited the ability of the one-eyed devil vulture. To be precise, it's the ability of the one-eyed devil vulture's eye. Huolaro said, the eye of the one-eyed devil vulture relies on spiritual energy to operate. Once it's activated, the flow of time in its field of vision will become extremely slow. You should have felt it earlier as well. Huolaro continued. The flow of time in my field of vision will become extremely slow. Duan Lingtian recalled the scene earlier. Earlier, Huolaro's fist should have hit his left eye. However, when Huolaro's fist approached his left eye, his spiritual energy strangely surged into his left eye. Then, his left eye began to burn. At that time, the speed of Huolaro's fist had also become very slow. However, during this process, his spiritual energy was also rapidly burning. In just an instant, it was almost completely exhausted. Then, Huolaro's fist strangely moved to the side. This is too unbelievable, right? Due to the fact that his spiritual energy was almost depleted, Duan Lingtian's face was extremely pale. However, his eyes were filled with shock. There's nothing unbelievable about it. This is the one-eyed devil vulture's special ability. Huolaro said, the most valuable part of the one-eyed devil vulture is its eye. You're lucky to be able to obtain it. It's all thanks to Huolaro that you're able to recognize it and help me refine it. At this time, Duan Lingtian had also calmed down. If you hadn't encountered it, I wouldn't have recognized it either. Huolaro said, however, although the ability of the one-eyed devil vulture's eye is strange, it also consumes a lot of spiritual energy. I saw that you only used a glance earlier, and your spiritual energy seems to have been almost completely exhausted. Yes, almost completely exhausted. Duan Lingtian nodded. What you need to do now is to control it. Let it activate its ability as you wish, and not randomly activate it at any time. Huolaro said again. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded again. Also, your left eye is completely different from before even if you don't use the one-eyed devil vulture's ability. I think you've noticed this point as well. Huolaro said. Yes. My left eye is now able to see things clearly. Duan Lingtian also noticed this. Study it carefully yourself. My understanding of the one-eyed devil vulture is limited to what I've just said. As for whether its eye has any other abilities, I'm not sure. Huolaro said. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, he sincerely thanked Huolaro. Thank you very much, Huolaro. In layman's terms, between you and me, we're now grasshoppers on the same rope. You're strong, so you'll have more ability to protect yourself. A rare smile appeared on Huolaro's face. On this planet, I'm afraid you're the only one who can make the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda acknowledge you as its master. If you die, I'm afraid I'll have to stay on this planet with it forever. Huolaro, after the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is completely repaired, I'll definitely return your freedom. Duan Lingtian looked at Huolaro and promised with a serious expression. Freedom. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Huolaro's body shook. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his gaze became extremely complicated. However, he still felt a little touched in his heart. Huolaro, you can cultivate. I won't disturb you anymore. After informing Huolaro, Duan Lingtian returned to the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and began to recover his spiritual energy. His spiritual energy was almost depleted. It would take him at least half a month to fully recover. Therefore, in the next half a month, Duan Lingtian cultivated and recovered his spiritual energy. Naturally, his spiritual energy recovered on its own, so Duan Lingtian did not have to worry about it. After half a month, Duan Lingtian finally left the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Half a month on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was equivalent to 5 days outside. I'll have to return to the latent dragon camp in 2 days. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After putting away the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Duan Lingtian went to the dressing table in his room and sat down. He looked at himself in the mirror. To be precise, he was looking at his left eye. Fortunately, it's still the same as before. I can't see any changes. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll be treated as a monster. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself with lingering fear. I wonder if I can take the initiative to integrate my spiritual energy into my left eye. With a thought, Duan Lingtian tried to integrate his spiritual energy into his left eye. However, he discovered that there was no obstruction at all. It integrated easily. Chapter 1391. The little black whirlpool kept spinning like a bottomless pool. At the same time, Duan Lingtian realized his spiritual energy was being sent to his left eye uncontrollably. He was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat, and he quickly stopped it. Although he managed to stop it in time, half of his spiritual energy was still consumed. It's really strange. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly as he looked at his left eye. Since he had to return to the latent dragon camp in the city governor's estate the next day, Duan Lingtian left the guest room to look for the little girl, Shishua, and spent the whole day with her. Duan Lingtian only left after bidding farewell to Hong Yu and his wife early in the morning the next day. However, Duan Lingtian was not in a hurry to return to the city governor's estate. He walked out of Mound Hill City. After he exited the city gate, he stepped into the air and soared into the sky. There's a flight-prohibiting formation in Mound Hill City. Martial and Dao cultivators below the Saint Rudiment stage can't fly. I haven't breathed in the fresh air in the sky for a few months now. Duan Lingtian flew high up in the sky, and it did not take long for him to fly far away. When he turned around, He realized Mound Hill City had turned into an inconspicuous little black dot. If he did not know it was Mound Hill City, he would not have been able to recognize it just by looking at the little black dot. Standing in the air, Duan Lingtian stared at the little black dot in the distance quietly. All of a sudden, a little whirlpool appeared in his left pupil, and it was spinning faster and faster. Duan Lingtian could feel his left eye burning. However, his attention was not on it. Instead, it was on the little black dot in the distance. He realized that as his left eye burned, he did not move, but the little black dot in the distance gradually grew bigger and eventually turned into a huge city. The well-defined Mound Hill City completely occupied Duan Lingtian's left eye's line of sight. Clairvoyance! Duan Lingtian gasped. His heart was in turmoil. At the same time, Duan Lingtian, who sensed his spiritual energy was rapidly depleting, quickly stopped his spiritual energy from transferring energy to his left eye. His left eye, which was devoid of energy, quickly returned to normal. So far, we've only discovered two of its abilities. One is an ability similar to the clairvoyance, and the other is the spatial displacement ability. This was the result of Duan Lingtian's night of research. Spatial displacement was the technique he used to make Hualaro's fist brush past his cheek. That was the ability of his left eye. However, the rate at which that ability consumed his spiritual energy was much faster than using the clairvoyance ability. What should I name it? After regaining his senses, Duan Lingtian began to ponder. Now, his left eye was no longer an ordinary human eye, so he decided to give it a name. God's eye. No. It's too tacky. Heaven's eye. That wouldn't do either. It has the same name as the heavenly eye technique. Ghost eye. It doesn't seem auspicious. Strange eye sounds good. I'll call it strange eye. After thinking for a while, Duan Lingtian made up his mind. He would call his mutated left eye strange eye in the future. The strange eye referred to the strange eyes. As for his left eye, it was indeed strange. After walking around outside, Duan Lingtian returned to Mound Hill City and the Castellan's mansion. Of course, he registered again when he entered the main gate. After returning to the Castellan's mansion, Duan Lingtian returned to the latent dragon camp. Before he entered the latent dragon camp, Duan Lingtian could already hear the sounds of discussion coming from inside. The person who was discussing was his friend in the latent dragon camp, Guo Li. A month ago, Guo Li was defeated by Hu Lin. Today, she challenged Hu Lin and defeated him with only 3 moves, redeeming herself from the humiliation. That's amazing. That's not the most amazing thing. The most amazing thing is that she defeated the person who used to be ranked 8th among the 13 gangsters and replaced him. If Zhong Jilong, who was ranked 7th among the 13 gangsters, did not break through, she would definitely be able to defeat him and replace him. Voices entered Duan Lingtian's ears one after another. Guo Li broke through? After learning that Guo Li had broken through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage, Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. However, he smiled as he was happy for Guo Li. However, he did not expect Zhong Jilong to have broken through as well. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian walked into the latent dragon camp. Duan Lingtian is back. As soon as Duan Lingtian walked into the latent dragon camp, he heard a few exclamations coming from inside. Someone with sharp eyes noticed him. He was a little speechless. What was there to be surprised about when he was back? Soon, as the group of young men and women in the latent dragon camp discussed among themselves, Duan Lingtian found out the reason. It turned out that Zhong Jilong had said 3 days ago that he would look for him to redeem himself when he returned. Duan Lingtian. Under the watchful eyes of the others, the door of cottage number 7 opened as soon as Duan Lingtian stepped onto the high platform. A figure that was familiar to Duan Lingtian walked out. It was Zhong Jilong. Zhong Jilong was once the strongest person at the intermediate mortal shedding stage in the area around Mound Hill City. However, ever since he was defeated by Duan Lingtian, the halo on his head had disappeared. Due to this reason, he hated Duan Lingtian to the core. What's the matter? Duan Lingtian glanced at Zhong Jilong, who took the initiative to greet him. Duan Lingtian, I want to challenge you. Zhong Jilong said bluntly. Today, I want you to return everything you owe me. I'll let everyone know that I, Zhong Jilong, am stronger than you, Duan Lingtian. Zhong Jilong's eyes gleamed when he reached the end of his sentence. His face was ferocious. I really don't know where you get your confidence from. Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged when he heard Zhong Jilong's words. However, there was a hint of disdain in his tone. I know you've also broken through, but it doesn't matter. I'll let everyone know. Even if you, Duan Lingtian, have broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage like me, you won't be a match for me, Duan Lingtian. Zhong Jilong said confidently. Is that so? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and studied Zhong Jilong with interest. Of course. I'll let everyone know. You, Duan Lingtian, are weaker than me, Zhong Jilong. Zhong Jilong was still full of confidence. Creak, creak. Accompanied by the sound of two doors opening, it was the doors of the third and eighth wooden houses opening. A person walked out from each of them. It was a man and a woman. The man wore a brocade robe and looked like a rich young master. In fact, he was indeed a rich young master. It's Jin Yuan Bao, who's ranked number 3 among the 13 gangsters. I can't believe he's here to join in the fun. Who doesn't want to watch a good show? Due to Jin Yuan Bao's appearance, the crowd was in an uproar again. When Jin Yuan Bao came out of cottage number 3, another person came out of cottage number 8 as well. It was Guili who had just entered cottage number 8 today. I can't believe I'm able to witness such an exciting scene as soon as I come out of closed-door cultivation. I'm really looking forward to it. Jin Yuan Bao looked at Duan Lingtian and Zhong Jilong, who were confronting each other, and waved the folding fan in his hand. He looked like an elegant young master as he said with a smile. Although Guili did not say anything, her eyes were filled with confidence when she looked at Duan Lingtian. After 3 months, Duan Lingtian and Zhong Jilong stood in the same place again. They were ready to fight just like 3 months ago. 3 months ago, Zhong Jilong was defeated by Duan Lingtian. To be more precise, he was defeated by the bow and arrow in Duan Lingtian's hand. Today, Zhong Jilong challenged Duan Lingtian to avenge his humiliation and reclaim his dignity and glory. It's going to start soon. Looking at Duan Lingtian and Zhong Jilong, who were confronting each other, the crowd began to calm down and focus on the scene before them. Nobody knew when, but a middle-aged man in silver armor stood in the pavilion. It was the Heavenly Harm Guardian. I'm afraid Zhong Jilong is going to embarrass himself again. The Heavenly Harm Guardian looked at the two people who were confronting each other on the high platform and muttered softly. It was as though he already knew the outcome before the fight had even begun. On the high platform, Zhong Jilong made the first move when he saw Duan Lingtian had no intention of making a move after a long time. True energy at the mastery mortal shedding stage wrapped around his legs as he attacked Duan Lingtian. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Perhaps it was because he had learned his lesson 3 months ago, he attacked Duan Lingtian first. His legs were suppressing Duan Lingtian's head, intentionally preventing Duan Lingtian from going up into the air. 3 months ago, Duan Lingtian had gone up into the air. During that brief moment, he shot an arrow and defeated Zhong Jilong. In that battle, the strength of his legs was on par with the strength of Duan Lingtian's arrow. However, due to the advantage of the bow and arrow, he was injured. That was the main reason he was defeated. With the lesson from the last time, he had learned his lesson this time and would not act like the last time. Do you think you can defeat me like this? Duan Lingtian could not help but ask with a faint smile after he saw through Zhong Jilong's plan. You'll find out soon whether I can defeat you or not. Zhong Jilong replied coldly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. At the same time, the true energy in his legs surged, releasing terrifying waves of air that descended from the sky toward Duan Lingtian's head. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. In the face of Zhong Jilong's thunderous attack, Duan Lingtian smiled disdainfully. With a raise of his hand, the sun-shooting bow appeared. Following that, he placed his hand on the bowstring and quickly plucked it. In an instant, the bowstring vibrated and released a loud noise. At the same time, true energy light blades formed on the bowstring and shot toward Zhong Jilong's legs. To be more precise, they were aiming for the saint weapons on Zhong Jilong's legs. Zhong Jilong's boots were his saint weapons, human rank mediocre saint weapons. Clang, 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 clang. The true energy light blades landed on Zhong Jilong's boots, releasing a series of ear-piercing sounds. At the same time, waves of air spread out like a gust of wind, causing the robes of the onlookers to flutter loudly. However, no one paid attention to this. Everyone's attention was focused on the battle. Impossible. At this moment, everyone heard a cry of unwillingness. Chapter 1392. Boom. Zhong Jilong's body flew out like an arrow that was shot out of the bow and landed heavily on the ground. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and he looked extremely wretched. Nothing's impossible. Duan Lingtian responded coldly when he heard Zhong Jilong's unwilling shout when he was sent flying out. Zhong Jilong's face turned grave when he sensed the gazes from the surroundings. He did not even need to look to know that those gazes were mocking him. He's so powerful. Jin Yuan Bao, who ranked number 3 among the 13 gangsters, was shocked. He could not help but feel wary when he looked at Duan Lingtian again. He could see it. The ability that Duan Lingtian displayed just now did not seem like someone who had just broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage. In fact, he felt like he was on par with someone at the peak of the mastery mortal shedding stage. He was a martial cultivator at the peak of the mastery mortal shedding stage. Amazing. Seeing how Duan Lingtian defeated Zhong Jilong in just one move, Guoli could not help but be amazed, even though she was confident in Duan Lingtian since the beginning. Duan Lingtian has such ability when he has just broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage. On the pavilion, the Heavenly Harm Guardian was also shocked by Duan Lingtian's ability. If he did not know that Duan Lingtian was a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage in the past, he would not have believed that Duan Lingtian had just broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage. Duan Lingtian's ability is just too terrifying. He defeated Zhong Jilong, who has also broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage with just one move. That's unbelievable. With Duan Lingtian's current ability, I'm afraid he can challenge the top 5 of the 13 gangsters. The onlookers discussed among themselves. Most of them wished that Duan Lingtian would challenge the top 5 of the 13 gangsters now. While the group of people were praising Duan Lingtian's strength, not many people noticed that Zhong Jilong was glaring hatefully at Duan Lingtian before returning to log cabin 7. He had challenged Duan Lingtian today because he wanted to avenge his humiliation. He, who had broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage, was full of confidence. Initially, he thought he could defeat Duan Lingtian. Who would have thought he would be defeated by Duan Lingtian in just one move? If he had known that this would be the result, he definitely would not have come out to make a fool of himself. How could that Duan Lingtian have improved so much? Before we broke through, he was slightly better than me by relying on the advantage of long-range attacks with his bow and arrows. But just now, after returning to cabin number 7, Zhong Jilong's face looked worse than if his parents had died. Just now, most of the people present did not even see what happened before Zhong Jilong was sent flying. Only Zhong Jilong knew how terrifying the true energy light blades that were shot out from Duan Lingtian's bowstring were. Each true energy light blade that landed on the saint weapon boots on his feet was like a heavy hammer smashing down. In the beginning, he could still take it head-on. However, the true energy light blades came one after another. In the end, he could not take it anymore and was sent flying. Due to him taking it head-on earlier, he had suffered a severe internal injury. Master City Governor will come out of closed-door cultivation in a few days. At that time, he'll set a test and recruit 2 to 3 disciples. Zhong Jilong's heart sank when he thought about this. I hope my injury won't affect the test this time. Otherwise, I won't let that Duan Lingtian go. Zhong Jilong gritted his teeth when he thought about this. He seemed to have forgotten that he was defeated by Duan Lingtian. Guoli, congratulations. Outside, Duan Lingtian looked at Guoli and congratulated her for breaking through to the mastery mortal shedding stage. Guoli responded with a smile. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian looked at Jin Yuan Bao, who was ranked 3rd among the 13 gangsters, and nodded with a smile. Duan Lingtian, do you want to challenge me? Jin Yuan Bao asked with a smile. Jin Yuan Bao was excited when he saw Duan Lingtian's powerful strength. He was a battle-hungry person since he was able to join the latent dragon camp and was ranked third among the 13 gangsters. Next time. Duan Lingtian had a good impression of Jin Yuan Bao, so he did not plan to embarrass him in front of everyone. If it was a few days ago, he would not dare to say that he could defeat Jin Yuan Bao, who was ranked third among the 13 gangsters. However, it was different now that he had the strange pupil. Duan Lingtian had originally named the strange pupil as the strange eye. In the end, he changed it to the strange pupil because he found it unpleasant. The strange pupil referred to his current left eye. He had refined and fused with the eye of the one-eyed demon vulture and inherited the eye's abilities. Next time then. Jin Yuan Bao nodded and smiled. He did not intend to force Duan Lingtian to fight. Following that, Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Guo Li and Jin Yuan Bao before he returned to his cottage number 6. Seeing this, Guo Li also returned to her cabin number 8. If there were no accidents, the city governor of Mount Hill City would come out of his closed-door cultivation in a few days. At that time, he would set up a test and pick 2 to 3 people from the latent dragon camp's 13 gangsters to become his disciples. Guo Li really wanted to become the disciple of the city governor of Mount Hill City. Once she became the disciple of the city governor of Mount Hill City, she would no longer have to worry about being assassinated. Although the 2 great clans of Fuyu Island were at odds with the Guo clan, they did not dare to offend the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City. The city governor's estate of Mount Hill City was an 8th-rated force in the Dao Marshal Saint Land. It was not something they could compare to. Once I become the city governor's disciple, not only will the 2 clans not kill me, but they'll also stop other people from killing me. After all, if I die, they'll definitely be implicated, Guo Li thought to herself. At that time, it's not impossible for the city governor to kill them in a fit of anger. It was undoubtedly a blatant provocation for 2 mere 9th-rated forces to kill the disciple of the leader of an 8th-rated force. Put everything else aside, even if it was just for the sake of prestige, the 8th-rated force would not let the 2 9th-rated forces go. At that time, they would rather kill the wrong person than let them go. Due to this reason, Guo Li was eager to pass the test set by the city governor of Mount Hill City and become his disciple. Although the chances are slim, I'll still try my best. Guo Li murmured with a serious expression. Indeed, her chances were slim. Put aside the top 5 among the 13 gangsters, she could not even compare to Duan Lingtian and Zhong Jilong. Among the 13 gangsters, there were 7 of them whom she could not compare to. Naturally, her chances were slim. Right now, she could only hope for a miracle to happen. After Guo Li returned to cottage number 8, Jin Yuan Bao did not stay outside for long. He returned to cottage number 3 and closed the door before he continued to cultivate. He was preparing for the test set by the city governor of Mount Hill City. After Jin Yuan Bao returned to his cottage, the high platform regained its peace. However, the area of the dilapidated cottages behind the septic tank below the high platform was bustling with activity. All of them were still discussing Duan Lingtian's strength. Some of them even mentioned how Duan Lingtian rejected Jin Yuan Bao's suggestion. Do you think Duan Lingtian rejected Jin Yuan Bao and did not challenge him because he's afraid of him? Someone could not help but ask. It's possible. Some of them agreed. It's more than possible. In my opinion, Duan Lingtian did not challenge Jin Yuan Bao because he thinks he's no match for him. If he's confident enough to defeat Jin Yuan Bao, he'll definitely replace Jin Yuan Bao and become the number 3 of the 13 gangsters. After all, the number 3 of the 13 gangsters will get more Saint Stones. That's right. Tomorrow's the day to get the Saint Stones. If Duan Lingtian can defeat Jin Yuan Bao and become the number 3 of the 13 gangsters, he'll get 1,108th grade Saint Stones. Right now, he's only ranked number 6 of the 13 gangsters, so he can only get 808th grade Saint Stones. Because of this topic, the dilapidated cottages became lively again. In the end, almost everyone felt that this was how it should be. Duan Lingtian and Guo Li are amazing. Both of them have broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage. I wonder when I'll be able to break through. A young man stood in front of a dilapidated cottage and mumbled to himself. This young man was none other than Zhu Lang, the genius martial cultivator who joined the latent dragon camp on the same day as Duan Lingtian and Julie. He was from the Zhu clan of Stormy Town in Mount Hill City. He was already shocked that Duan Lingtian and Guo Li managed to become one of the 13 gangsters after joining the latent dragon camp on the same day and becoming one of the 13 gangsters. Now that Duan Lingtian and Guo Li were among the top of the 13 gangsters, he had mixed feelings. I can't slack off anymore. Even if I can't catch up with Duan Lingtian and Guo Li, I'll still be one of the 13 gangsters. After taking a deep breath, Zhu Lang returned to the dilapidated cottage and began to cultivate diligently. A day later, in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. I've broken through. Suddenly, an excited and joyful voice came from the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. It was Duan Lingtian's voice. Now, Duan Lingtian was standing in the air on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. The space in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was not restricted by the flight-prohibiting formation in Mount Hill City. Therefore, Duan Lingtian could fly freely in the air. Now, Duan Lingtian, who was standing in the air, had a bronze glow on his body. Now, he was only wearing a pair of pants, and his upper body was bare. His muscles were slightly bulging, and his muscular upper body seemed to be covered with a layer of copper clothing. It was the defensive technique of the human rank primitive saint-grade martial tactic, copper shirt. The reason why Duan Lingtian was excited and joyful was that his copper shirt had broken through to the second stage of the saint-grade martial tactic, and he had made some progress in it. I feel that, after activating the copper shirt, my body seems to have become a bit stronger. Duan Lingtian clenched his fists tightly, and he could not hide the excitement on his face. Without warning, he lifted his hand and punched out. Although he did not use any true energy, it caused the air to vibrate and form a vast shockwave that blasted onto the wall. Bang! Chapter 1393. Now, even if I don't use the strange pupil, martial and Dao cultivators at the peak of the mastery mortal shedding stage might not be my match. Duan Lingtian was full of confidence after the breakthrough of Copper Shirt. His body was strong to begin with. Once he performed Copper Shirt, he would be like a tiger that had grown wings. Coupled with the true qi that gushed out of the 32 saint veins, he would definitely be invincible. Today seems to be the day to comprehend the saint stones. After a moment of excitement, Duan Lingtian snapped back to reality. He recalled that today seemed to be the day for the latent dragon camp members to receive their saint stones. I've missed it for 2 months. I can't miss it this month. With that thought, Duan Lingtian left the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and returned to Wooden House number 6. After putting away the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he left the wooden house and went straight to the pavilion not far away. Currently, many people were going in and out of the pavilion. It was obvious that they were the latent dragon camp members who were going to receive their saint stones. As Duan Lingtian walked, he attracted many people's gazes wherever he passed. It's Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian is ranked number 6 among the 13 gangsters. He can receive 800 8th grade saint stones every month. How enviable. Yeah, each of us only gets 10 8th grade saint stones, but he has 800. It's almost the same as all of us. Many people shook their heads and sighed in the dilapidated wooden house area below the high platform. Comparing oneself to others would only make one angry. Duan Lingtian walked into the pavilion and stood in front of the Heavenly Harm Guardian. He initially planned to comprehend 800 8th grade saint stones, but he received 2,400 8th grade saint stones instead. This, Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned. The next 3 months will be a special period. The Heavenly Leader Guardian has ordered that in order not to affect the 13 gangsters' cultivation, the 13 gangsters can accumulate the saint stones they receive every month. The Heavenly Harm Guardian's face was still cold as he said coolly. Duan Lingtian came to a realization. He turned around and left after thanking the Heavenly Leader Guardian. Special period. Is it referring to the city governor of Mount Hill City coming out of closed-door cultivation to take in disciples? In the past 3 months, I'm not the only one. Many of the other 13 Grand Guardians must have forgotten to comprehend the Holy Stone as well. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. As the city lord of Mount Hill City was about to set up a test and accept disciples, the 13 gangsters had been cultivating day and night. It was not impossible for them to forget to collect their saint stones occasionally. After putting away the 2,400 8th grade saint stones, Duan Lingtian left the pavilion and headed back to wooden house number 6. However, just as he reached the door of wooden hut number 6, he was stopped by someone. Duan Lingtian frowned at the person in front of him and asked, "What's the matter?" "Stay away from Guoli in the future." The person standing in front of Duan Lingtian said coldly to Duan Lingtian. "Why?" Duan Lingtian's brows relaxed. He looked at the person in front of him with interest and asked faintly, "Because she's my, Zheng Jian's, future woman." The person standing in front of Duan Lingtian was none other than the person who ranked 5th among the 13 gangsters, Zhang Jian. Zhang Jian was also the distant cousin of Hu Jie, who came from Wind Rain Town with Zhu Lang. 3 months ago, Duan Lingtian had seen him in the meeting hall of the city governor's mansion. At that time, he had been pestering Guoli, but Guoli ignored him. "Why?" "Because my fist is bigger than yours." Zheng Jian smirked when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. His eyes narrowed as a cold gleam flashed through them. "Your fist is bigger than mine?" Duan Lingtian smiled. He really did not know where Zheng Jian got his confidence from. Was it because he did not challenge him, so he thought he was afraid of him? Duan Lingtian did not know that was Zheng Jian's thought. The difference in ranking among the 13 gangsters meant that they would receive different saint stones each month. For example, Duan Lingtian who ranked 6th and Zheng Jian who ranked 5th. Duan Lingtian could only receive 800 8th grade saint stones each month, but Zheng Jian could comprehend 900 8th grade saint stones each month. There was a difference of 100 8th grade saint stones between the two of them. In Zheng Jian's opinion, the reason Duan Lingtian did not dare to challenge him was because Duan Lingtian was afraid of him. 13 gangsters, listen up. Just when Duan Lingtian and Zheng Jian were at each other's throats and had attracted many people's attention, a thunderous voice resonated from the sky. Everyone, including Duan Lingtian, lifted their heads and looked up when they heard the voice. With just a glance, they saw a green figure standing in the sky. It was a middle-aged man dressed in green. He stood there as still as a mountain, like a statue. "Lord Heavenly Leader Guardian." At this moment, the other 13 gangsters, including Ling Yun who ranked 1st among the 13 gangsters, walked out of the wooden house and bowed respectfully at the green-clad middle-aged man in the sky. This Heavenly Leader Guardian is really a Saint Rudiment powerhouse. Duan Lingtian who bowed as well was shocked. The entire Mount Hill City, including the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City, was shrouded by the flight-prohibiting formation. Unless one was at the Saint Rudiment stage or above, one would not be able to fly. Right now, the Heavenly Leader Guardian was hovering in the sky, and his cultivation base was about to be revealed. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel lucky that he did not use his divine eye to probe the Heavenly Leader Guardian's cultivation base when they were in the assembly hall 3 months ago. At that time, he almost could not hold back his curiosity and used his divine eye to probe the Heavenly Leader Guardian. "Lord Heavenly Leader Guardian? Oh my God!" The leader of the 36 guardians of the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City, Lord Heavenly Leader Guardian, is actually a Saint Rudiment powerhouse. As the 13 gangsters bowed at the Heavenly Leader Guardian, the group of latent Dragon Camp members in the dilapidated wooden house area also learned about the identity of the green-clad middle-aged man hovering in the sky. "Lord Heavenly Leader Guardian." At this moment, they bowed one after another. "Lord City Governor has come out of his closed-door cultivation. Follow me to the assembly hall to see Lord City Governor." The Heavenly Leader Guardian spoke again. As he spoke this time, his figure slowly descended from the sky and landed at the entrance of the latent dragon camp. Upon hearing the Heavenly Leader Guardian's words and seeing his actions, the 13 gangsters, including Duan Lingtian, flew out one after another and followed behind him. "Duan Lingtian, consider yourself lucky." At the same time, a true energy voice transmission entered Duan Lingtian's ears. He could tell that it was Zheng Jian's voice. However, Duan Lingtian ignored Zheng Jian as if he did not hear him at all. This made Zheng Jian's expression turn even more grave as his eyes were filled with killing intent. When he saw Guo Li speed up to Duan Lingtian and walked side by side with Duan Lingtian, his expression turned even more grave. Duan Lingtian, are you confident? Guo Li asked through true energy voice transmission when she walked side by side with Duan Lingtian and followed behind the heavenly leader guardian to the assembly hall of the city governor's estate. I don't know. Duan Lingtian shook his head in response to Guo Li's question. He knew what Guo Li was asking. She was asking if he was confident in passing the test set by the city governor of Mount Hill City and becoming his disciple. He was telling the truth. He did not even know what the test was, so naturally, he did not know if he was confident or not. I think you're very confident. Guo Li continued. Don't just talk about me. What about you? Are you confident? Duan Lingtian asked. Me? I'm not confident. Guo Li shook her head and smiled wryly. My ability is not even on par with you and Zhong Jilong. Let alone the other 5 who are ranked at the top of the 13 gangsters. We still don't know what the test is. Maybe it's not just a test of ability. Duan Lingtian comforted her. I hope so. Guo Li nodded. Zhong Jilong followed behind as well. His eyes were filled with a vicious gleam as he looked at Duan Lingtian's back. Until now, his internal injuries had not healed yet, and it was all because of this person in front of him. Now, he only hoped that the test would not be held in these 2 days. Otherwise, he would definitely suffer a great loss. Soon, the heavenly leader guardian brought Duan Lingtian and the other 13 gangsters to the assembly hall of the city governor's estate and stopped. Master City Governor, the 13 gangsters are here. The heavenly leader guardian bowed respectfully as he stood outside the assembly hall. His tone was filled with humility. They're both Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses. The city governor of Mount Hill City is definitely more powerful than the heavenly leader guardian. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He did not doubt that at all. Come in. As soon as the heavenly leader guardian was done speaking, a calm and majestic voice came from the assembly hall, causing the heavenly leader guardian to respond immediately. In the next moment, the heavenly leader guardian brought Duan Lingtian and the others into the assembly hall. Duan Lingtian was no stranger to the assembly hall. He had only been here once 3 months ago. However, there were 2 more people in the assembly hall today. A middle-aged man in a silver robe was sitting at the head of the assembly hall. The middle-aged man had a majestic look on his face, and he sat there as steady as a mountain. He gave off an indescribable pressure. He's the city governor of Mount Hill City. Duan Lingtian guessed the middle-aged man's identity. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on a black-clad young man standing behind the city governor of Mount Hill City. The black-clad young man looked ordinary, but his gaze was unusually cold. The black-clad young man did not even look at them in the eye since they entered. He did not even look at the heavenly leader guardian. It was as if he had completely ignored them. What an arrogant person, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Master City Governor. At that moment, Duan Lingtian and the other 12-13 gangsters followed the heavenly leader guardian and bowed to the city governor of Mount Hill City. The city governor of Mount Hill City nodded expressionlessly. Perfection. Perfection mortal shedding stage? At that moment, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. This was because he had used his divine eye to check the cultivation base of the black-clad young man behind the city governor of Mount Hill City. Perfection mortal shedding stage. 37 years old. Duan Lingtian's emotions surged when he discovered the other party's age. He's only 2 years older than me, but he's already at the perfection mortal shedding stage. Although he's slightly weaker than Lingyun, he seems to be from the mortal continent as well. Duan Lingtian had already guessed it. Chapter 1394. The city governor of Mount Hill City sat in the main seat. His sharp gaze swept across the 13 people, including Duan Lingtian. At that moment, Duan Lingtian felt a majestic spiritual energy sweeping toward him. The spiritual energy shrouded his entire body in just a blink of an eye, making him feel like he had nowhere to hide. Duan Lingtian knew the city governor of Mount Hill City was probing them. The city governor of Mount Hill City's gaze finally landed on the green-clad young man who carried a sheathed longsword on his back. "You must be the leader of the 13 gangsters, Ling Yun?" The city governor of Mount Hill City asked calmly as he narrowed his eyes and stared at the green-clad young man with a piercing gaze. "Yes." Ling Yun did not dare to slack in front of the city governor of Mount Hill City. "Not bad, not bad. You're only 30 years old, but you've already broken through to the perfection mortal shedding stage. Your future is limitless." The city governor of Mount Hill City nodded with admiration in his eyes. Perfection mortal shedding stage? As soon as the city governor of Mount Hill City said that, apart from Ling Yun and Duan Lingtian, everyone present, including the heavenly leader guardian and the black-clad young man standing behind the city governor of Mount Hill City, were shocked. "He's really on the perfection mortal shedding stage?" The heavenly leader guardian was the first to react. He swept his spiritual energy toward Ling Yun and soon detected Ling Yun's cultivation base with his spiritual secret tactic. The spiritual secret tactic used to detect cultivation base was different from the spiritual secret tactic used to detect age. The latter would work as long as the person's cultivation base was not one level higher than his. In other words, a martial or Dao cultivator on the early mortal shedding stage could detect the age of a martial or Dao cultivator on the paramount mortal shedding stage with his spiritual secret tactic. However, the former could only be detected by someone whose cultivation base was one level higher than his. In other words, only martial or Dao cultivators on the Saint Rudiment stage could detect the specific cultivation base of a martial or Dao cultivator on the mortal shedding stage. Of course, Duan Lingtian's divine eye did not have such a restriction. The heavenly leader guardian was also at the Saint Rudiment stage, so it was easy for him to detect Ling Yun's cultivation base. Although Ling Yun had already broken through to the perfection mortal shedding stage when he came to the assembly hall 3 months ago, the heavenly leader guardian did not check his cultivation base at that time. That was why he only found out now that Ling Yun was already a martial cultivator at the perfection mortal shedding stage. Ling Yun has broken through to the perfection mortal shedding stage? Apart from Ling Yun and Duan Lingtian, the other 11-13 gangsters had a hint of horror in their eyes when they looked at Ling Yun again. Especially Xiong Hu, whose face was full of bitterness. A few days ago, he noticed that he was showing signs of breaking through to the perfection mortal shedding stage. Initially, he thought that he would be the first among the 13 gangsters to break through to the perfection mortal shedding stage. However, he did not expect Ling Yun to break through before him. This made him feel powerless. The black-clad young man behind the city governor of Mount Hill City looked at Ling Yun with intense battle intent. "Ling Yun, I've already thought of a test for you." The city governor of Mount Hill City spoke again and successfully attracted everyone's attention. The eyes of the other 12-13 gangsters, including Duan Lingtian, lit up. What kind of test would the city governor set for Ling Yun? Would the test he set for Ling Yun be the same as the one they had to go through? Their hearts were filled with anticipation. Ling Yun's eyes lit up when he heard the city governor of Mount Hill City's words. Even the heavenly leader guardian looked at the city governor of Mount Hill City with anticipation. "Ling Yun, my disciple, Su Qi, is also at the perfection mortal shedding stage like you. I'll take you as my disciple if you can withstand 3 moves from him without being defeated." Finally, the city governor of Mount Hill City spoke under everyone's watchful eyes and revealed the test he had set for Ling Yun. The eyes of the black-clad young man, Su Qi, who was standing behind the city governor of Mount Hill City, lit up when he heard what the city governor of Mount Hill City said. He then took a step forward and stood next to the city governor of Mount Hill City. "His Su Qi, Master City Governor's disciple? A genius martial cultivator from the mortal continent. I can't believe that Master City Governor's disciple is also a perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. However, since they're both perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivators, isn't it a little too easy for Master City Governor to set such a test for Ling Yun?" "I think so too." Many of the 13 gangsters whispered among themselves. They all thought that the test the city governor of Mount Hill City had set for Ling Yun was too easy for him. Of course, they were not dissatisfied even though they thought it was too easy. Ling Yun was only 30 years old, but he was already a perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. They would not be surprised if such a genius was exempted from the test and directly became the city governor of Mound Hill City's disciple. Ling Yun frowned subtly when he heard what the city governor of Mound Hill City said. He did not like the feeling of being looked down upon. Ling Yun, make your move. I'd like to see if you, the leader of the 13 gangsters, are qualified to be my junior brother. Su Qi looked directly at Ling Yun and said calmly, make our move here. While Duan Lingtian and the rest were stunned when they heard what Su Qi said, Ling Yun had already made his move. The long sword on his back was unsheathed with a clang. A 3-foot-long sword ray shot out and was aimed at Su Qi. Although he was angry that the city governor of Mound Hill City had underestimated him, Ling Yun subconsciously felt that the test the city governor of Mound Hill City had set for him was not that simple. Therefore, he decided to make the first move and gain the upper hand. What a fast sword! Duan Lingtian was shocked to find that Ling Yun and his sword had turned into a phantom that was difficult to capture in his right eye. In his left eye, Ling Yun's speed was extremely fast as well. The reason why his left eye was different was that he had inherited the ability of the one-eyed devil vulture's eye. Of course, it could also be called a talent. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Ling Yun had already stabbed 13 times. Each of the attacks was real. They were all stabbed out by the human rank mediocre saint sword in his hand, releasing a dazzling sword ray. Wherever the sword ray went, it seemed like it was going to leave 13 bloody holes on Su Qi's body. However, what surprised Duan Lingtian was that Ling Yun's attack was so fast. From the beginning until the end, Su Qi's expression did not change in the face of Ling Yun's preemptive and thunderous attacks. He only moved when Ling Yun was close to him with his sword. Whoosh! He bent his knees slightly, and in the next moment, he leaped into the air, narrowly dodging the 13 solid sword gleams in Ling Yun's hand. Ling Yun did not seem to be too surprised when he saw that the 13 sword rays were dodged. His eyes flashed as he leaned backward. At the same time, Su Qi's palm landed like a thunderbolt. The palm print formed by his true energy almost brushed past Ling Yun's face as he leaned backward. The palm print was about to land on the side of the meeting hall and shatter one of the chairs. The heavenly leader guardian made his move. He did not use his true energy, but the palm print exploded in the air and turned into nothingness. All that was left was a raging strong wind. The wind caused the chairs on the side of the meeting hall to sway. One move. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. Perhaps the rest of the 13 gangsters did not see what happened just now, but he saw everything clearly with his strange pupil that he quietly activated. When Su Qi dodged Ling Yun's attack, he threw a palm print at Ling Yun in the air. The palm print was so fast that it could not be performed by an ordinary martial cultivator at the perfection of the mortal shedding stage. However, Ling Yun was not an ordinary martial cultivator at the perfection of the mortal shedding stage. He managed to dodge Su Qi's palm print. Great. The city governor of Mound Hill City smiled. Su Qi hasn't used his divine weapon yet. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Perhaps it was because of Duan Lingtian's thoughts, Su Qi leaped up and landed with a narrow saber in his hand. It was a crescent-shaped narrow saber with a terrifying cold gleam shining on it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Seeing that Su Qi was about to land, Ling Yun did not give him the chance to do so. When Su Qi had nowhere to go, the 3-foot-long sword in his hand bloomed and transformed into 5 sword rays that were even faster than before. The speed of the 5 sword rays was even faster than the 13 sword rays that he had thrown out earlier. It was time to kill him while he was down. Ling Yun was unforgiving at that moment. Great. However, Su Qi did not panic. Facing Ling Yun's 5 sword rays that were coming at him at lightning speed, he shouted in a deep voice. True Qi surged on the narrow saber in his hand before it left his hand. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. After the narrow saber left his hand, it spun rapidly in the air like a fan under Su Qi's body. Su Qi stood steadily on it as though he was standing on flat ground. Clang, 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 clang. 5 consecutive ear-piercing sounds resonated almost at the same time. It was Su Qi who had blocked Ling Yun's 5 sword rays. To be exact, they were blocked by his saber that was spinning like a fan. What a brilliant defensive technique! Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Now, 2 moves have passed. As long as Ling Yun blocks one more move, he'll pass the test and become the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City. If I were Ling Yun, I'd either defend passively against Su Qi's next attack with all my might or take the initiative to attack like a storm to tire Su Qi out. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian had that thought in his mind, Ling Yun had already made his choice as fast as he could. He chose the latter. He stomped on the ground with both his legs, causing the ground to crack. Hideous cracks that looked like spider webs appeared on the ground. Then, his entire body seemed to have transformed into a sword as he soared into the sky. Clang! An even louder and more ear-piercing sound resonated. Ling Yun's sword forcefully tore through Su Qi's defensive saber technique and headed straight for Su Qi. It was as though he was going to pierce through Su Qi from the bottom to the top. Duan Lingtian realized. Su Qi's expression had turned solemn at this moment. He was no longer as casual as before. He was serious now. Bang! He lifted his leg and stomped on the saber beneath his feet, using the momentum to shoot into the sky. At this moment, the saber beneath his feet drew a perfect arc and returned to his hand steadily. Whoosh! You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,